T for two and two for T. Just me for you and you for me. Hello. I don't know why, but for today, you could probably hear it in my voice. There's something wrong with my voice today. Don't know what's going on with me. Hopefully it won't interfere too much with today's spreadsheet, PowerPoint presentation thing. In before you all start saying, but Maulington, you sound weird all the time, you weird little British furry gay man. Look, I'm not a furry and I'm not gay and I don't sound weird. I sound normal and I'm a big, strong, burly man and I have a calendar of naked ladies on, so I'm not gay. Fuck off. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Let me put my background music on. Today we're here to celebrate. We're here to celebrate another notch, another milestone in FaZe Connect's long and illustrious history. They've picked up 3 fantastic new FaZe Invaders. And what's interesting as well is that if you notice, one of the FaZe Invaders is large, one of them's medium-sized, and the other one is really, really small. Wow, she won't be small for much longer. Now she's joined FaZe Connect. I expect Sleepy's going to be doing huge. I expect Sleepy's going to be a sleeper hit, but But jokes aside, happy to hear you again, dude. Thank you, Furlough. Thank you very much, buddy. Very kind of you to say. Hello, everybody. Hello, friends, old and new. Good to see you guys. How you doing? Oh, by the way, Felix, you find everybody attractive. Just in response to your post you made on Twitter, Felix. You find everybody sexy. Mary will fight tooth and nail on the stage in her age. Yeah, we'll see. Sleepy's the chillest member of FaZe. Yeah, you know what? Maybe, we'll see. Hi, Wolf and Wings. Thank you very much for 9 months. Thank you very much for 9 months, buddy. Good to see you. Maulington called you gay. Felix, why are you gay, Felix? Anyway, let's get stuck in today's presentation. You know me, I'm gonna tangent for God knows how long. So let's start getting to the point so we can maybe cover at least one FaZe Invader before the stream ends. Hello everybody, my name is Lord Maulington and this is today's spreadsheet on FaZe Invaders 2025. I am of course the sexiest man in I'm the sexiest man in VTubing, replacing Vox Akuma, who sold himself out to the Chinese like the goddamn race traitor that he is. And today we're going to be talking about some FaZe Invaders and shit. And yeah, as you can probably tell in the stream description, I'm most happy and I'm most pleased to see Sleepy in the lineup. I imagine she's probably been applying to FaZe Connect since at least the tryouts for Generation 3, if not FaZe Invaders Wave 2, maybe even. She's been trying to get in for a long time, and it's good to see that she's finally got there. Particularly as the standards of FaZe Connect have gone, obviously with each year that goes by, the standards of FaZe Connect go way, way up. Not just because the overall quality of FaZe Connect VTubers rapidly increases with each year that goes on, but also because FaZe Connect's competition keeps having fucking meltdowns and keeps having crises, which means that obviously there's not much strong competition anymore, right? Because Globy's having a meltdown. Hololive isn't really having a meltdown. I mean, as painful as it is to see people like Gooba and Mume leave, Hololive is gonna be fine. I mean, Hololive tends to recycle its own fan base, but you've got Globy having a meltdown. You've got Brave Group having a meltdown. Who else is having a meltdown? There's someone I'm forgetting now. I don't know, EIEM Project had a meltdown fairly recently. I think it was fairly recently. I'm kind of losing grasp on time. But yeah. People said she's been pushing to get Sleepy hired for almost 4 years. Yeah, the two of them are really close. I think I first knew about Sleepy when she did an Escape from Tarkov collab with Pippa. And I watched Sleepy independently, like even before she became a FaZe Invader. I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. Actually, I've got a slide dedicated to each talent, so let's start from there. Honestly, let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so on today's agenda, I do sound quite sick. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me, Roman G. That I'm not actually ill, but my voice has been funny all day today. What's it? Oh yeah, the thing with Matara and V Shoujo as well. That's really weird. I don't know. From what I hear, right, one of the best things and one of the worst things, right, about being a commentary / documentary VTuber is whether I ask for it or not, I get hordes of DMs from like autistics and weirdos who spend all day every day on sites like the Virtual Asylum, Kiwi Farms, and 4chan and shit. And they just tell me like all the rats and all this shit and like all the speculation that's going on in the background. And most of it is just a bunch of like unverified bullshit. But every now and again you hear like the rats, or you like hear some you hear some investigative journalism that you think, oh shit, actually that sounds feasible. That's fucking awful. I wish I didn't know that now. Right, it's like, I swear to God, right, like I'll go to bed at like midnight, and someone will start, as I'm about to go to bed, someone will start telling me like all the secret background shit that's going on. And then like they start at midnight, and then I wake up to go to work like 7 hours later, and they're still fucking going in my DMs telling me what's like going on in the background and what people have discovered. And it's like, fuck. Jesus Christ, these people are scary. Fucking hell. I'm like the spider, right, from Game of Thrones, except instead of having little birds, I have an army of little autists. Yeah, I've heard the rat is actually selling merch outside of VShoujo. I've also heard that she wants to transition more to entertainment work in Hollywood, and there's like a conflict there between what Hollywood would require of her and then her contract with VShoujo. So there's a whole bunch of shit as well. I guess before we start talking about FaZe, connect quickly. Actually, let's talk about a little bit of drama that's happened just an hour ago, not even an hour ago. So Rin Penrose actually has come out to virtue signal about the whole GamerSupps thing, and she's basically like disassociated herself now from GamerSupps because they are obviously collaborating with Kershaw, and apparently Rin demanded communication and an explanation from GamerSupps as to why they are supporting the Korsh, and she didn't get a satisfactory answer or any answer at all. So now she's decided that, now she's publicly announced that she's going to separate from them. And I mean, honestly, generally speaking, right, I know that the whole culture war thing is really intense right now, and people really don't appreciate people attacking people that they appreciate, you know, from their side, right? Like people get really defensive and upset when people attack Kershaw. But as much as I like Kershaw, I could understand people like Rin or some of the other, you know, people who are like politically against what Kershaw stands for. But I don't know, I think sometimes people go a bit too far. It's like, okay, look, this person doesn't like Kershaw and what she stands for, so she's decided to disassociate herself from it. That's fine. I can respect that, even if I don't agree with it. I don't tend to hate leftists unless they're being like really fucking obnoxious and unfair. But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't think it's a very good move from Rin Penrose to do that, because again, kind of like what many PR VTubers like Armchair would say, is that by making an open political stance like this, well, she's going to make enemies of Kershaw's fan base. But then also, this is a political statement, and GamerSupps is kind of it's starting to drag itself into the culture war now. So Rin may risk actually pissing off quite a few of like the chud and conservative style VTuber fan base, and probably not going to go so well for her, particularly as the leftist side does like to eat each other, and they have a continuingly escalating that they're like never satisfied. What is it called? It's like a continuing escalation of impossible to maintain values and standards, right? So I'd be interested to see how Rin weathers this latest thing. I imagine she'll be fine, honestly. I don't think people will actually care too much. She might drop like 5-6% of the viewer base, maybe. I don't think it'll go too far. But again, I'll save this for the Kershaw stream, right? Because we're getting really off topic already. But what I will say though is that this is actually starting to look kind of bad for Kershaw now. That an actual Who is like grandstanding on this GamerSupps thing now. When it's like washed up YouTubers and literal Who YouTubers who probably don't sell any GamerSupps in the first place, Like, who gives a shit that you're, you know, who gives a shit that you're you know, grandstanding to everybody about your hatred of that evil Nazi bitch and how bad Gamer Subs is. But when you've got someone, I guess, of Rin Penrose's kind of influence, someone of her size, particularly as Redditors and Twitter people, and I hesitate to call them people, don't like fact checking and formulating their own opinions. Yeah, her virtue signal is going to turn a lot of people, I think, against Kershaw and kind of spread that misinformation that Kershaw is some kind of evil racist Nazi bitch, which I don't agree with. When I say that, like, it's a case of, I completely understand and respect people who don't like Kershaw and think she's a bad influence in the industry. I think that's a perfectly reasonable like point of view to argue that, even though I don't agree with it. But to outright call Kershaw though a Nazi, racist, white supremacist bitch is objectively incorrect. I strongly disagree with that one. But anyway, let's talk about FaZe Invaders, not Kershaw and VTuber drama, even though I can't help myself but fucking bring it up. Imagine the world where people don't lash out at things that don't really have anything to do with them. I know, right? That world used to exist. It existed about 30 years ago. I don't know what happened since then, but there we go. So on today's agenda, we're going to be talking about Clio. We're going to be talking about Sleepy, Murray EM. I'm going to be talking about some points of interest and speculation in terms of the VTubers themselves, and also kind of what this new FaZe Invader debut means for the company as a whole. And then we're going to finally end on how does FaZe keep winning, because it's a regular meme I see come up from time to time. You know, it's a 4chan meme where it's, you know, it's like the FaZe Connect caption, and it's like, does nothing, like opposition, competition dies, like FaZe keeps winning. How did they do this? What's this strategy called? And there's, I know it's a meme, right? And I can't stand people who take memes like seriously, but FaZe Connect isn't doing nothing. There is a concentrated effort, there's a strategy, there is a culture behind why FaZe Connect keeps winning and why it has such a good, reputable presence in the industry. And I don't think people quite recognize what it is. So again, I'm going to talk about it a little bit later, but essentially the long story short is the reason why FaZe Connect does so well, other than its excellent talent management that makes the talents feel happy to be in the organization. They have their voices heard and they have their concerns like recognized, and they feel like the company doesn't actually treat them like talents and not like a human sweatshop. The other big thing that FaZe Connect does is it's really good at diplomacy. Even when people start shit, massive shit, for absolutely no reason with FaZe Connect, there's a clear direction from Kevin that they don't bite back, at least publicly. They don't deliberately try to piss people off. And there's a lot of, it's an intelligent strategy to use, because the problem is, right, is that even though other people may hate you in this sphere, if you go around, you know, picking fights and making enemies of people, I mean, sure, your fan base might call you like giga-based and may give you the respect for sticking up for yourself. But then in the same vein, the problem is that you're going to encourage like other organizations, particularly larger, potentially more influential organizations, to try to stamp you out and forcefully remove you from the industry. So by FaZe Connect being so diplomatic as it is, it doesn't alienate or piss off high-level talent who may in the future have an interest in joining the organization, and they don't actually, despite how some of the talents are, they don't actually upset or piss off a lot of potential venues and sponsors, right? Like even a small meme / FaZe Connect lore channel like myself, it's really like shocking. It's quite scary, but I get like DMs out of nowhere from like the CEOs and managing directors from VTuber corporations and from like the major conventions, right? Like from Vexpo, from Aegis Link, etc., and like some very big VTubers as well, who'd probably get in a lot of trouble with their fan base if they knew that they like Pipkin Pippa, right? But I get so many comments from like really big people in this industry who have nothing but good things to say about how Sakana and FaZe Connect, like how wow FaZe Connect like treats them and like responds to them. So it goes to show you, right, it's the age-old thing. If you want to make it in VTubing, if you just want to make it anywhere, don't piss people off. Just don't be an asshole and it'll get you really far. And it's something that a lot of VTubers and organizations in this industry don't understand, is don't piss people off. Just be cooperative and friendly with people, and then you network successfully, and it can lead to success because no one likes assholes. Take care, Lion Buddy. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you very much for showing up. If you ignore Charles, they just go for someone else. And that's exactly the thing. That's how people like Tricky Wee, for example, managed to avoid a catastrophe following her comments about Donald Trump. Is that, remember, people tried to cancel Tricky for like 3 weeks, for about a month, and people eventually just got bored and moved on and did something else because she didn't say anything after she made those, you know, after she made these comments where she implied that it's a shame that Trump wasn't assassinated. So again, old internet rules that people seem to have forgotten and need to relearn, sadly. Anyway, there's quite a lot of you here, so I'll try to keep on track of chat best I can, because I do like having a back and forth discussion. I do like some of the stuff that you guys add to the discussion and some of the stuff I missed that you mentioned. So yeah, I'll try to keep my eye on chat, but no promises because yeah, it goes by fast. Thank you very much for the membership as always, buddy. The Fishman's world, and we're just living in it. Face supremacy, yeah. This is the thing stop, Maulington, just shut the fuck up and follow your structure. You're getting ahead of yourself again. Yeah, I mean, as usual, as I'll mention in a moment, with this FaZe Invaders stuff, not only is Kevin and co making good decisions with who they're picking up, but Fishman really does have like a monkey's paw. He is a really lucky bastard, is Kevin. Kevin is ridiculously lucky, because every single time Kevin debuts like a new wave of VTubers since Gen 3, he does it in the wake of his competition shitting the bed, right? Because Generation 3 came out just before Selengate really started, and then fucking FaZe Kaleido came out immediately in the aftermath, like the peak, like mass exodus of people from Niji Sanji following the peak of Selengate. So I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know if Sakana is like best buddies with Xi Jinping or something, and the fucking Chinese Communist Party is deliberately sabotaging his competition for him, or I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's seasonal. I guess if we look through the cycle of when VTuber drama happens, maybe Kevin's deliberately planned to debut his talents like around about that time of the year, every year, where everybody shits the bed and major VTuber drama happens, so that everybody goes, oh look, FaZe Connect. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's all Lumi's fault as well, actually. It's that evil, dastardly sorceress lemon woman Kaneko Lumi is responsible for sabotaging all of VTubing, because as we guys know, Lumi's behind everything. It was Lumi who ruined Cyberlive. Lumi is behind Gura graduating. Lumi's behind Rin Penrose denouncing Cursor and Gamer Subs. I don't know. Yeah, everything's Lumi's fault. The Fishman sends his regards. Yeah. No, Jay Schlatt was behind 9/11. That wasn't Lumi. That was Jay Schlatt was behind 9/11. Yeah. Oh dear. Okay. So yeah, so to get onto the first slide, I guess we could say that it's unbelievable, right? But I know the FaZe Connect fan base, and I do think quite rightly, gets a lot of shit for FaZe begging and being a bunch of like annoying fags who go around in other communities and like piss in their cereal when they've done nothing to deserve it. But what's actually crazy is that it seems like FaZeless begging for new VTubers has actually worked. Like, do you guys, have you seen the FaZe begging thread on TVA? I haven't yet, actually. I normally do. I do normally read like the last 10 pages of the FaZe thread and the general thread on TVA every couple weeks. I don't catch up with it every day. I read a bit of it every couple weeks because TVA is an interesting website. Sometimes they can be like super gay and weird on there, but when they're not being super gay and weird, they're actually pretty informative, interesting, and quite funny kind of discussions happen on there because it's not an echo chamber. There's lots of people there with different tastes and shit. So yeah, I do quite like TVA. I'll have to check that out later. But what was I saying? Yeah, so it's crazy that Clio, nearly 2 years ago, I think October 2023, Clio asked all her FaZe Connect, like her new FaZe Connect fans, because of the collab with Lumi, to stop asking her when she's joining FaZe Connect. And it turns out this entire time that actually Clio was in FaZe Connect this entire time. She actually was picked up by the Fishman. I think Clio was in the basement for 2 years, I believe, so it actually worked. the FaZe begging actually worked, and now I think all the funny internet websites relating to VTubing are gonna have like a fucking fit because the FaZe begging, it works. Hey, oh fuck, sorry Shorter, how do I say your name again, Shorter? I have read your bio to see how to pronounce your name properly, but Hyper Shorter. Hello, Hyper Shorter. Yeah, Murray Ian is still with Mythic. I'll mention that in a moment. 1 second. I wanted British Pippa, Clio or Dudo, more hags. Well, I mean, Clio's Australian mostly with Irish and British heritage. The Irish heritage is ruined, but unfortunately, Jay Schlatt was behind the Pope's death. Yeah, it was his goddamn, what are they called? Mutton chops, right? It's his sideburns killed the Pope. The Pope couldn't handle it. Maybe Guru's already in FaZe Connect too. Can you, I've said this before, right? But the thing about Gura to FaZe Connect is Gura herself, like Gura as an individual, is probably worth more than the entire market capitalization of FaZe Connect. So Gura going to FaZe Connect doesn't make any fucking sense. I imagine that if Gura is going to continue VTubing, I imagine she'll go like independent with Senzawa or something, because she's been really pushing herself, right? She's been working full on for so many years with Hololive EN. I can imagine at this point, and it's something I'll bring up a little bit later as well, is that I think a lot of industry veterans in VTubing are probably fed up with being like pushed to the absolute max for the sake of their VTuber corporations, and something like FaZe Connect coming along is a potential retirement home for them if they still want to continue having help with like merchandising and music production, because at least for now it appears that FaZe Connect still does put its major emphasis on allowing its VTubers to be silly streamers rather than being professional 3D idol stage performing idol type people, right? So I think there's like an option there for FaZe Connect to kind of be like a retirement home for industry veterans. So we'll see how that goes. But if she joins, the meltdown would be funny. Fucking hell. Can you imagine what VT would look like if Gura joined FaZe Connect? Can you imagine how smug the fucking FaZe Connect fans would be if Gura joined FaZe Connect? As much as I enjoy FaZe Connect and I like the FaZe community, I do think we, not me, because I don't participate in that shit, but I do think we, quote unquote, do need to be humbled a bit. I need to fucking calm down and stop being assholes, because it was funny at first, but I do think that the FaZe Connect fandom is at serious risk of genuinely really fucking pissing people off big time, and I don't want to see that. It's funny when it's all like memes and friendly banter, but I think it's starting to reach that point of actual mean-spirited spite and actual animosity. So one thing I will say to you all, right, because I don't, not necessarily any of you guys in the chat, but one thing I see that does actually piss me off, and I think it's quite out of order, is that it's not even been 2 minutes since a Hololive VTuber or whoever has graduated, and already you get the FaZe fags come rolling in there right away, going, FaZe Connect, Fishman wins again. Fishman wins again. Oh, FaZe dominance. Oh, FaZe Connect when? And it's like, guys, imagine, guys, come on. Imagine how you would feel if Pippa announced she was graduating, and then like 10,000 Hololive fans came flooding into like FaZe Connect Twitter and the Discord going, Hololive supremacy, Hololive wins, you know, right? It's like, come on, have a bit of decency, have a bit of respect. Come on now, don't be like that. You know, speaking of EB, by the way, I probably should. I've gotten away with it, so I probably shouldn't mention this. People are blaming EB for a trend that I started. It wasn't an ASMR VTuber fan who started this shit. I did. He just quote retweeted my one and put a meme on top of that. But for some reason, everybody jumped down his throat instead of mine. So, oh yeah, sorry, I don't recognize your name. It's Leo. Yeah, I know Leo. Leo, you seem to be the only person who actually recognized it was me who started that trend. I've gotten away with it, and I'll take it. Yeah, you made the doc. Yeah, I know. I saw. Yeah, so I didn't see your name at first. Yeah, it's. I started it, but for some reason, it's VTuber ASMR fans getting all the slap or the hit for it, which is great, fantastic. But then the thing is that I meant that as a one-off joke, and I think the problem with it is that the reason why I want to step away from that for a little bit is because I like self-deprecating humor. I did it as the one-off joke, and I didn't want to keep making it a thing. I didn't want it to be a big deal. And the problem is, as much as I liked VTuber ASMR memes, I don't think he did anything wrong. But then he started like quote retweeting everything and really running with the memeing FaZe Connect is gonna die thing. And at that point I was like, okay, no, this is going a bit too far now. I don't want any part of this. That's not actually what I meant. It was just meant as like a self, it's a joke at ourselves about how arrogant and smug we are, about how good things are doing in FaZe Connect is what I wanted it to be. And then it started to spiral into something out of control, and I didn't want anything to do with that. Anyway, let's get back on topic. So yeah, the Tamma response. Yeah, so we've got 3 new VTubers. We've got Clio we've got Clio who is a historian. She's a grand strategy VTuber. She does RTS. She's a hag VTuber, and as we all know, guys, hag VTuber love breed hags even though their eggs are all dried up. Love hags, breed hags, worship hags, donate to hags, worship hags. Did I say worship hags? Worship hags. And Clio she's an Australian VTuber, and she's got British and Irish heritage. And unfortunately, that Irish part of her, she's ruined. Unfortunately, she's ruined goods, sadly, since she's Irish. So otherwise, if it wasn't for the Irish heritage, I'd say that Clio, top candidate for being my future ex-wife. Unfortunately, due to the Irish heritage, nah, no thanks. Hags are the future. I'm going to mention this in the Dizzy video that I'm working on, by the way. Or is it the Irie one? I can't remember now. No, it's the Irie one. When I eventually get that Irie lore video documentary out, I am going to mention the interesting dynamic that Irie plays within FaZe Connect, but I'm also going to do an autistic deep dive deconstruction as to what the true appeal of hag VTubers are and why people like them so much. So you got that to look forward to as well. Speaking of future content, the Iruka coffee review will be out tomorrow, by the way. I'm nearly done. Before I want to publish the Iruka coffee review, I want to finish the entire bag of Iruka and Leah so that I could then compare the two to kind of get like a starting point. Maulington, has Clio stolen Lumi's Kamioshi spot? Felix, she has actually, I'm sorry to say. So I had watched an awful lot of Clio before she became a FaZe Invader, but I never bothered really getting to know the person behind Clio. I only just tuned in to watch her play Total War or to do like a history stream, basically. Because I hate Twitch, so I don't normally spend much time around Twitch streamers. But I think now that I've watched Clio's 2 debuts, unfortunately, yeah, Clio is now my new Kamioshi, and sadly I've had to demote Lumi to just Oshi status, unfortunately. Sorry, Lumi, but yeah, Clio is now my favorite VTuber. I really like her. Yeah. Hot take: lolly tubing doesn't work in FaZe. I'll die on this hill. That's an interesting point to raise. I think most FaZe Connect fans don't like Lolicom. I've seen the mini moves get an awful lot of shit from other FaZe Connect fans for being like the down bad Lolly bros, but at the same time, Lolicon enthusiasm does have a strong presence at the same time though in FaZe Connect, because you've got Sheena, Lolly Baba, Tenma, Lolly Baba, Panko, Lolly, Pippa, Lolly, Remy, Lolly. Am I missing anyone? I think technically Saya was a Lolly, I'd say. Kind of. Who else? Who else is a lolly? Am I missing anyone? Dimitri's fucking stacked. Oh yeah, Jelly. Oh yeah, Jelly and Moo, of course. Sorry. Yeah, Jelly and Moo. But yeah, I think like the whole lolicon thing tends to be like a 50-50 split in VTubing spaces. And this is something that kind of low-key annoys me a little bit about the whole lolicon debate, is that people act like just because you like anime and VTubing that you should automatically like lolicon. I don't hate lolicon. I don't like it either, really. I'm not bothered by it. I don't care. It's just there. But it's revisionist history to claim that you have to like lolicon by liking anime and VTubers. You don't. People, Westerners, have always had a problem with lolicon, and back in the day, back in the early 2000s, the vast majority of Western anime fans did think that lolicon enthusiasts were gross weirdos, and over time, it's actually the image of lolicons in Western anime and VTubing has improved over the years, but still, a good chunk of Western anime VTubing fans are disgusted by lolicon. So it's like, yeah, it's like, don't. It's okay if you don't like lolicon, but at the same time, I think calling people pedophiles for liking lolicon is way too far. I fully understand why it would give you the ick, but it doesn't make one a pedophile necessarily. In fact, statistically speaking, if we take a look at it, most people who are virulent anti-lolicons tend to be unironic pedophiles, right? So we'll see. Hey, it's Agimata. First word I hear coming in here is lolicon. Well, there's been a lot of lolicon discussion recently, particularly of Aruka. Like every 4 months or so, people, like more and more people, realize the old Aruka lore, that Aruka's original model was going to be lolly, and then they changed it to, well, the big booby bear that we know her today, because I think it was so. I think the reason why they changed Aruka from being lolly to non-lolly was because they already had like Tenma or something. They didn't want it to be too similar to Tenma. Yeah, each girl is also getting dedicated clippers. I've seen some existing FaZe Connect clippers who are already primary people like Hobosaki Clips. Hobosaki Clips is still doing Yuri, but now he's switching to Sleepy as well. Yeah, her voice is too deep, right? It was something to do with like Tenma and her voice being too deep. But one thing I really like about Agemata, by the way, since he's here, is that Agemata is like an old school Aruka fan, right? I always love seeing people who have like Aruka as their top guy. Aruka is a top guy, right? Since Aruka likes les maxing and she's a butch lesbian. But yeah, I always do enjoy seeing people. I always do enjoy seeing Arufu gang, because I think that Aruka is the single most underrated and unappreciated talent in FaZe Connect. Not just because of her incredible violin and guitar playing, but also just everything about Aruka, the way she interacts with her community, the kind of content she does, is just so, there's just something so entertainingly dorky and like relatable with Aruka. Like, again, Aruka's the kind of person where she can stream herself eating a Big Mac for like 2 hours and 2,000 people, whatever the fuck, will tune up to watch it because she's just that weirdly interesting. It's crazy. So yeah, kind of like in these coffee reviews I'm doing for each FaZe Connect talent, one thing I'm going to do is like give like a 2-minute brief lore expose as to what I think about the talent and why I like him. Kind of like a really mini condensed version of what I do in the FaZe lore videos. And what I'll be doing with the Aruka and Leah coffee reviews is giving like a quick rundown on why I think those two are special. And I'll do it for each talent, obviously, as I review the coffee. Yeah, Aruka does have very good roasts of Sakana. She actually, I think she did it, but I think Aruka was the first one to do the whole Fishman hate thing. I think she actually did it before Tenma. I think Tenma was the first one on the Sakana hate train. Aruka is great. Wish her streaming aligned. Yeah, I wish her streaming aligned with my hours as well. Unfortunately, I have to catch the VODs of Aruka. She has been getting, ever since that HoloLive violin VTuber and that collaboration she did now recently actually with that piano YouTuber woman, she's a lot more people are starting to recognize how brilliant Aruka is. So yeah, good for her. People always talk about Aruka's violin. I think her guitar playing is pretty fucking good as well. Her campfire peeing guitar playing songs, yeah, I think that's really peak content as well, not just the violin. Yeah, pan piano, that's it. Yeah, that's the one. All aboard the fish hate train, yeah. Yeah, okay, so I mentioned Clio. And then we've got Sleepy. Obviously, Sleepy is no longer called Sleepy Project. So Sleepy, if you didn't know, Sleepy is going to be a sleeper hit. I'm really pleasantly surprised, actually, at how big, how quickly the FaZe Connect fandom warmed to Sleepy. Oh, sorry, I missed a membership, didn't I? Thank you very much for the membership, Vega Buddy. Thank you very much for 6 months. Do not fall for the Leaf Lover propaganda. You know what? You know what? I hate elf men, but I do like elf women. I do think elf women with big tits are fine. And yeah, Sleepy got hit with the Sakana ray gun. Make it bigger. We need to make her tits massive. Yeah, this is the thing. Sleepy had a lot of crossover with the Capitalists since her and Pippa are good friends. But I think the wider FaZe Connect community didn't really know of Sleepy. And now that Sleepy's kind of come into the fold, yeah, like so many people have instantly gravitated towards her. I think she's going to be a really good fit in FaZe, but I'll get over to that in just a second. FaZe really has everything now. Yeah, they have a gun enthusiast and a fent dealer. Yeah, I mean, I think that Sleepy's going to probably get really annoyed with some of the people in the FaZe Connect community and how they're going to be around her. So hopefully she'll be able to handle that. Sleepy's just better Pippa. Oh, that's me. There's a lot of Capitalists in here, Leos. That was very brave of you to say. I don't think some people here will appreciate you saying that. I do. I see you retweet or make clips. I think make clips? I think I've seen you make clips before of a tweet of Sleepy, or at least retweet, Rob. But yeah, I really like, again, like, getting ahead of myself. I really like Sleepy. I always have a soft spot for VTubers who don't go too hard with the character or go too hard with acting like retarded ADHD girl failures. One of the things I really like about Sleepy, I think Sleepy's a hag VTuber as well, right? Or she's near hag. But one of the things I really like about Sleepy is that she's got her head screwed on pretty good, and she's quite a real VTuber with some of the yaps and the Zatsy dance she does when she's just like musing about life or her experiences. I really like VTubers who have those moments where they're just, where they're just real with what they say. It's kind of why I lament how Lumi is these days, because Numi is kind of like a bit of a flanderized, like retarded white woman who acts more stupid than she is and does the whole blah blah blah, and it's like, yeah, I know people like it and it can be fun, but I do miss like late Cyberlife, early FaZe Connect Lumi, where she'd have those moments where she was just more real and didn't turn on cha shit. Cha, is this real cha? Lumi, please. What was I going to say? Yeah, so Sleepy has a good relationship with Piba. And one thing, again, if you are new to Sleepy and you want to make a good impression with Sleepy, what you have to remember is that Sleepy really fucking hates fake gun autistics who don't know what they're talking about. Sometimes Sleepy really likes doing like hand streams where she's cleaning, like disassembling, reassembling, fiddling about with her firearms, basically. And she really hates backseating, and she particularly hates backseating from people who don't have a fucking clue what, like, get all their gun knowledge from Reddit, or they play too much Call of Duty and they make shit up. So you don't do that. I don't care how smart you think you are. If you backseat Sleepy when she's fiddling with her guns, she's gonna fucking ban you. She's gonna hate your guts. Don't do that. And also, what I really appreciate about Sleepy, she's another one of those VTubers who doesn't deliberately or encourage parasocial behavior. So Sleepy gets really annoyed by sugar daddy and parasocial behavior. So if you try to like if you give like Sleepy a lot of money and you're like, hello, right, and you're like, hello, Princess, Daddy's here. I'm going to give you $2,000 to buy that new ACOG site, my baby girl. I'm going to give you $6,000, Sleepy, so you can buy the new Knight's Armament AR-16. Right, she'll thank you for it, but she'll be like, that's kind of weird. Don't do that. Please don't do that. So yeah, be careful around Sleepy. She's not like Sleepy isn't like people like Rie, or who else is a good example? She isn't like Rie or She's more like Sheena rather than Rie, right? Like, if you go too far, she'll give you a slap and tell you to fuck off a little bit. Yeah, no. I know this is the thing. People are gonna go fucking mental over Sleepy because she's a based American gun-loving VTuber girl, right? And that's gonna activate so many neurons in the FaZe Connect community, which is like full of libertarians and, you know, gun enthusiasts and shit. And poor Sleepy, man, she's gonna have an influx of so many people in a precious community who are gonna be like the most obnoxious tourists, God bless her. And this is the thing about Sleepy, is that Sleepy is one of those VTubers as well who really does care about the purity of her community. So I believe she's even locked her Discord at the moment because she doesn't want like a huge influx of people from the debuts like coming in and shitting up her Discord community. So yeah, that's the thing, right? Well, essentially what I'm saying is, with Sleepy, she's one of those VTubers where you probably want to lurk for a while in a community before you come in there and start like pissing her off, basically, which is fair enough. Yeah, I really like Sleepy's community and I like the vibe Sleepy has, and I'd be annoyed if you had the kind of like if the Lumi Goomy groomers all came like flooding to Sleepy's channel. I'd be fucking annoyed because the Lumi Goomy groomers have already ruined Lumi, my former Kamiyoshi. So I don't want them ruining Sleepy either. Please leave Sleepy alone. She's one of the few female VTubers I enjoy watching and I think are actually pretty level-headed and smart and reasonable in the way they approach this industry. I hate autocorrect. Well, okay, now let's we're going to Minecraft myself. No, don't kill yourself, Coach of Lunacy. Don't do that. Did you hear she was crying before debut because her PC was exploding and nothing was working and management had to help calm her down? Oh, I heard that she had PC problems. I didn't know it was that bad. Yeah, I can imagine she was shitting her bricks. Oh my God, bless her. She was crying. That's so sad. I mean, it wouldn't be too bad in the end, right? It's like, oh shit, technical issues mean I can't do my debut. It's like, it's okay. It sucks, but we'll push your debut back for a week, and then once you've got your shit together, we can debut later. But yeah, it's a big day. Becoming a FaZe Invader is going to be like the single most important moment in a career as a VTuber. Again, because I don't really bother myself too much with the details of the people behind the VTuber avatar, I don't know if Sleepy is a full-time VTuber or she has a job that she goes to. But if Sleepy is a full-time VTuber, then becoming a FaZe Invader is so fucking huge. She's actually going to be able to have a decent standard of living now that she's in FaZe Connect, I reckon. She's going to get so many subscribers and so much money. Lumi Goomy Groomers? Oh no, Agimata doesn't know. Agimata doesn't know the old Lumi lore about the old Lumi Chords groomer mods drama. I mean, it's not even old drama now. There's still so many current like groomers in Lumi's community who are still like openly fucking weird with what the shit they say and do sometimes. I mean, yeah, Clio got the Budapest Orchestra to do a debut theme. I saw a great meme about Clio. People were like, "Oh shit, Clio is gonna be the fucking like Clio is the DLC for Civilization 6." It's like, hey, Civilization 6 is the Clio DLC. It was really good, actually. They didn't half-ass it. That was a damn good orchestra, I thought. It really did sound like the opening theme to like EU. I imagine like Clio's theme would be like the opening to Europa Universalis 5 or something, right? Yeah, Sleepy will no longer be homeless. Hey Aaron, buddy. How's it going, buddy? Hey Darren. Hey Backslash. He doesn't know. God, you gotta be careful hanging around those Lumi Goomies guys. Fucking hell. Oh God. You say, oh, you know what? Oh, let's not go into that old drama. Fucking hell. What a time it was to be a CyberLife fan back when it was fail cascading. Woo, boy. What a people think like modern day drama is crazy. You should have seen the drama in CyberLife when that organization was fail cascading. Fucking hell. Clio said that a music budget on the orchestra. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's funny seeing them not know what the instruments were in the orchestra. Bloody Philistines, I know, right? And then finally, we've got Mari. Oh, actually, I should have updated that last bullet point. I now know that they're going to multicast and spend certain days on YouTube. That's actually been confirmed since I made that bullet point. But then finally, the final FaZe Invader, of course, is Mari EN. Mari EN, if you don't know, you'll soon find out if you watch her. Mari EN is fucking nuts. She's Menhera as hell. She's very yab. She has a very she's very foul-mouthed. She's got very coarse language. But I think it's very. I personally think she's quite funny. She's the CEO of sex. She likes cranking a hog before she starts streaming. So she's a perfect fit for FaZe Connect. She's very FaZe Connect coded, and people have been FaZe begging for Mari EN for quite some time. And for the Mari EN is funnily enough. Mari EN is funnily enough the person I'm most surprised about of these three. I thought Mari would be too big to join FaZe Connect. So when people were FaZe begging for Mari, I was like, oh, like fuck off. Like Mari doesn't need FaZe Connect. She's big. She's above FaZe Connect's pay grade. So imagine my shock when actually she was like, yeah, I'm joining the FaZe Invader program. Yes, Felix, Joe can have Lumi. Joe can have Lumi. Yes, he can. I mean, the thing is, I never had any parasocial thoughts for Lumi in like that romantic sense. The reason why I like Lumi so much is because I basically just see her as like the female version of myself. I have a very kind of, in different industries, but I guess I kind of have a similar coming of age story as Lumi does. So I kind of see myself in Lumi a little bit. That's why I like Lumi so much. Mari posted a hilarious screenshot of YouTube, and I saw that. Yeah, the YouTube chat was being really nice to her, and her Twitch chat were calling her like a slut and calling her a bitch and shit. I saw that. That was quite funny. Her debut animation was beautiful. Actually, I thought it was fantastic. Yeah. Mari hates. Don't we all hate Canadians? I hate Canadians as well. Yeah, she joined a Canadian company. Well, she's going to annex it because soon Canada's going to be the 51st state and we'll all be happy. Speaking of it, if Canada does become the 51st state of the United States, I'm going to be so fucking pissed because I was a Canadian PR at one point and I was living and working in Canada. Left because of all the goddamn Indians, but I swear to God, if America annexes Canada after I've left, I'm going to be so fucking mad. He sees himself. I see myself. Not in that way, Wolf and Wings. Calm down. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, we're kindred spirits, Lumi and I. We're kindred spirits. We're of the same soul. Tissy cried during Mari's orbit. I saw that. I mean, it doesn't take... It's really mean to say, but it really doesn't take much to get Dizzy Docro to cry, though, does it? I mean, Dizzy will cry at anything and everything. So, that doesn't really mean much. Never, you'll get a green card, my mate. I hope I'll get a green card too, yeah. I didn't know our fairy Brit is a lost Romanov princess. Cha! We'll just annex Alberta and Manitoba, just the good parts of Kazakhstan. I quite liked Saskatchewan as well. Saskatchewan's quite based, I thought. Like if you go to Regina in Saskatchewan, it's basically a PvP enabled zone. It's basically a PvP enabled zone of like drunk natives and like Indians stabbing each other. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Before I read Agamatis, I think I saw a super chat I missed from Vega actually earlier. I've just remembered. Sorry, Vega. Thank you very much for the 2 Swiss francs, Vega. I will out autism Sleepy. You know, Vega, I would love to see you do a collab with Sleepy, Vega. I think that would be great. I reckon you'd beat Sleep. I do reckon you'd win in the gun autism war, Vega. I do think you'd win. I do think you'd win. Sorry, Agamata. So as a joke, I put on Lumi's wig and blue finger condoms. You know, speaking of like Lumi jokes, the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life ever since I got into VTubing is, do you guys know who Straw Torch is? Right? Straw Torch, capitalist, Twitter guy, really horny, degenerate. He's the guy who re-uploaded Pippa the Ripper after Pippa privated it and then put it behind memberships. And Agimata, when you drew that picture of Lumi looking at her phone, like Neko Lumi looking at her phone disgusted, like minutes after you posted that picture, Straw Torch quote reposted it and he said, imagine those blue fingers in your ass. And That's really fucking, like, it's disgusting, it's creepy, it's inappropriate, but my god, did I find that fucking funny. What a thing to fucking say. Imagine, he said, imagine Lumi's blue fingers in your ass. And it just set me off. I don't know what it was, but something about that was so funny. I imagine he was genuinely fantasizing about that as well. Oh boy. Some of you FaZe Connect fans are fucking degenerates. Who thinks of that? I know, right? Funny though. Hey Tyler, how's it going, buddy? Oh, awesome. Appreciate the good work, because you got me waist deep in FaZe Connect. I'm really glad to highlight. Sorry, really glad to hear that, Tyler. That's generally, it's my favorite thing to hear from people, is that I managed to make them FaZe Connect fans. That's really, rather than promoting FaZe as such, it's what I consider my primary objective really is, it's not really simping for FaZe. It's more of a, I really like FaZe Connect, and I think like everybody should be watching FaZe Connect because it's so fucking good. So I want all the VTuber fans out there to come watch FaZe Connect because it's so fucking good. I imagine you guys will enjoy it. So no, thank you for telling me that. It always makes me really happy to read those comments. Hell yeah. Take care, username, buddy. Thank you very much. Enjoy work, I guess. Don't work too hard. Enjoy the rest of your day, username. That dude wants Lumi to squish his prostate like the Gumi kid. Oh my god. Disgusting. So you're gonna order? No, you know what? I'm gonna go on another rant about FaZe Connect merchandise later. I'll save my Clio standee comment for that. Fuck. You know what, Nova Crusader? The problem is though, is that I'm really down bad for Clio's latest model and outfit. I'm really down bad for it. I'm not gonna lie. This is the most down bad I've ever been for like a VTuber model. I tend to find sexualizing VTuber models quite weird, right? But I make an exception for Clio's one. Something about Clio's model activates my neurons. Oh boy. It's the legs that don't really do it for me. Like, I think I've said before, right? Like, I like pantyhose and stockings and stuff. It's the patterned stockings that she has just turns me into an animal man. I really do appreciate it. FaZe is like that one cool indie band that'll never be the biggest in the biz, but is consistently high quality with their tunes. That's a good way of saying it, actually. A good way of saying it, although I think, depending on the strength of Generation 4 and the momentum, if they can keep the momentum going from the FaZe Invaders, FaZe Connect might get a really good big push this year. I mean, I've saved this for something I was going to mention later, but I think FaZe Connect has been stagnating. Right, it lost its momentum after like Clara and Kaleidoscope came out kind of in the second half of last year. So they've been in a bit of a stagnant phase, and I think that I'm pretty sure that this generation of FaZe Invaders altogether, even though it's only 3 VTubers, is about as big, if not bigger, than Generation 1, 2, and 3's debuts all put together, which is huge. I mean, this is the biggest, debut attention that FaZe Connect has ever had, and I think it's even bigger than like 1, 2, and 3 put together. So it's almost like the release of a AAA game. If FaZe Connect can keep the momentum going from these latest debuts, then it's going to be a big push that might actually be the final nail in the coffin of Niji-Sanji. I mean, Niji-Sanji's doing a pretty good job of killing themselves as it is, but still, I don't understand people who still want to join Niji-Sanji at this point. I think the only people these days who would want to join Niji-Sanji are like stupid male VTubers who are so desperate and so like shit and dumb, they think that the reason why they're not successful male VTubers is because of sexism, and it's not a skill issue, which is wrong. It's, I mean, I wouldn't trade anything to have a fan base. I mean, I really wouldn't want to have a fan base of a couple thousand, like Niji sister, like Yaoi betas. I couldn't imagine a worse fan base to have than the Niji sister fan base. Yeah, the Fujo market, exactly, Agamata. I can't imagine any females actually wanting to join Niji at this point, and any male VTubers joining Niji-Sanji at this point probably aren't the kind of people who Niji-Sanji wants in the first place anyway. Yeah, imagine having Vox's fan base. Males do have an uphill battle, that's absolutely true. But what you need to remember is that in most VTuber fan bases, probably about 30% at minimum, depending on the content, are there purely because they want to sleep with the VTuber. And it can be as high as like 3/4 to 90% of VTuber fans would stop watching their VTuber, their Oshi, if the dream that she's single and available was squashed, right? So, I mean, that's what I don't let the success and like the rapid advancement of other female VTubers get to me, because it's kind of like, although I'm kind of a one-note streamer myself, I'm the FaZe Connect guy. I'd rather at least you guys are here because I have something to offer that isn't my dick, basically, right? So I'd rather have a community of like, how many subscribers have I got these days? I'd rather have like 5.9k subscribers of people who come here for my content than have like 20,000 subscribers, of which 15,000 just want to sleep with me or just fantasize about marrying me one day, right? So that's kind of how I see things. But then I've got a nice stable job, so I don't need the money, I don't care. Mari got 15,856 on YouTube and 6,400. Yeah, I saw that. She got over 22,000 overall. I think Clio got about 19,000 overall. And Sleepy got 12,000. But then what you need to remember about Sleepy is that Sleepy didn't multicast. I think she just streamed on YouTube. But then also what you need to remember is that Sleepy was getting about 1k views a VOD. And I think she had like a CCV of like 100 or something consistently, about 86 to early hundreds. And now that she's kind of joined, so essentially the point is that Clio and Mari EN were much bigger VTubers than Sleepy, so they inherently had more people coming to watch them and wanting to see the new hotness anyway. Particularly as I think Mari EN and Clio, even within the wider FaZe Connect community, have a bigger reach because they have more high profile collaborations with people like Lumi, Filian, Pippa, Temma, etc. You want that green card, Maulington? Put the ring on. No, I'm not. I don't want the green card so badly. I'll marry or sleep with a man. Fuck off. I'm not gay. I'm not furry. I did the whole furry model as a meme, guys. Holy shit! I think this is like a stream record now. Jesus Christ! I don't think I've ever had that many people watching before. Hi bots! Hi bots! Thank you for tuning in to today's stream, bots. Hope you're having a good time. Thank you all for watching. Going from less than 1k CCV to 10k is crazy, right? I mean, the thing is that you need to remember is that after the new debut hype, those numbers are going to tank. But as I kind of get into it in a moment, I think it's going to lead to an opportunity for momentum, and they're going to be able to retain, I'd say, a good 10-15% of the extras. And FaZe Connect is going to need that. Again, not to get ahead of myself too much, but I think one of the major concerns FaZe Connect has at the moment, like one of the biggest risks it has as a business, is oversaturation of its talents and stretching a really loyal fan base too thin. I'm starting to see, I personally, I would like to say that I'm well ahead of the curve on everyone when it comes to the terrible state of FaZe Connect merchandising and the merch sales and shit. And I've been raising the alarm bell on this for over a year now, where FaZe Connect merchandise, very expensive, shit quality, takes way too long to get here, way too many fucking sales, and it's going to get worse and worse now that they've got 3 new VTubers who will all want merchandising and shit. So it's kind of like, if FaZe Connect doesn't get a large influx of new fans, then what's going to happen is it's going to lead to fatigue, and it's going to lead to a bit of resentment in the community. And Kevin's going to have all this merch that he spent a fortune on, but he's not going to be able to move any of it. And that can lead to a terrible, terrible feedback loop now, where he goes back into the red, because not only because now people don't want to buy any FaZe Connect merch because they fucking had enough. They're fed up. And the tariffs as well, actually. Yeah, not to mention the fucking tariffs tripling the price of merch. Yeah, this is the thing, right? It's not FaZe Connect's fault as such that the state of merchandise is so terrible, because they don't make their own merch. As I said before, FaZe Connect gets its merchandise made by dying 6-year-old Indonesian children, right? Like, they don't even go to the Chinese sweatshop. FaZe Connect merchandise made by dying 6-year-old Indonesian children who are malnourished and shit. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, to be fair though, FaZe Connect are very good they're very good at returning unacceptable quality merchandise, but it's really annoying for the consumer that you have to do that in the first place, and you have to wait fucking ages for that merchandise to be returned in good order anyway. And sometimes when they send you their merch, they fucking forget half the shit that you ordered anyway, and then you have to send an email to customer service that no one ever answers, going, where the hell is my merchandise? Right? Like, it took me nearly a year to get my goddamn FaZe Invaders anniversary merch. it's nearly about that time for the 2025 FaZe Invaders anniversary merch sale, and I only got my Lumi Ember Jelly Dizzy one like a month ago. Crazy. Anyway, yeah, so Mari En, she's got a very good relationship with Pippa and Philium, and she's still a Mythic talented affiliate, a Mythic talent VTuber, which is really interesting actually. So what the hell is the point? What the fuck is the point of Mythic if they do so little for Mari En? She needs to go to FaZe Connect to get her covers out and to get some merchandising deals and to be able to like expand on her lore and her character. So what the fuck does Mythic even do? Is Mythic just a cool kids club where you can potentially, I don't know, like speak to Asmongold and Tectone? Or is it a sponsors thing? It seems like a glorified mailing list, honestly. It's like you join Mythic Talent just so you can maybe, hopefully one day collab with Asmongold. Seems to be the only thing. And then even then, I think is Asmongold still even affiliated with Mythic? I think he stood down or something, didn't he? Anyway. Oh my god, guys, fucking hell. I'm going mental just looking at this image already. Hang on, can we just, oh my god, I accidentally put my model in the perfect place as well to admire Clio's legs. Oh, hell yeah. Oh god, guys, look at that pattern. Look at the shape of Clio's legs as well. It's so erotic. I love it. My only complaint about Clio's model here is her shins. Right below the knee is fine. That she's got a good amount of meat here. She could do with a bit more. She could do with a little bit more plumpness, a bit more tone in the thighs. It's the problem I had with Nimi Nightmare's new model as well. Nimi Nightmare's model, highly erotic. I approve very highly, but I don't like these anorexic, almost kind of thighs and leg looking things. Now, I'm not one of those people who likes giant, great big fucking tree trunk thighs that you grab great big handfuls of. That's too much. It's too gross for me, honestly. I like something that you can give a kind, not a full slap, right, but a finger slap. You know, something that you can get a nice grab. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the thigh gap, honestly, Dragon Lord. I just like a good, nice, meaty thigh that I can rub against is what I prefer. Not thigh gap. I like rubbing against the thigh. Yeah, the shins could do with a little bit more. Expanding as well, right? Because when you kind of get down to the ankle area, like the shin area here, right? I mean, that's a little bit small, maybe about an inch more up here. But down here, right? This is like anorexic, like stick figure territory. This is too much. And I don't know about you guys, but I actually think like the school shoes fit. You know what? Hang on a minute, guys. Detour from talking about FaZe Invaders. Let's do a VTuber design review with Lord Maulington. Right, new thing. Hey Arclight, how's it going, buddy? Okay, we're gonna review a VTuber design. So I actually like the school shoe look here over high heels. I'm normally a heels and stockings guy, but I actually think that the school shoe looks really good when you've kind of got a more academic, like the anime design. I think it works better, although I normally prefer heels. However, one thing I will say though, at the same time, is that these shoes are highly mismatched to the design, to the overall design of Clio. And let me explain why. So Clio here, the design behind Clio's model here is clearly inspired by a kind of Italian, it's an Italian Renaissance kind of outfit here. This is kind of like a Venetian or Italian scholar of some kind. And so to have this kind of footwear isn't period appropriate to it's completely like alien from a time period, from like a historical perspective as to the rest of this. So really, instead of having like school shoes, although this is more peak from an erotic perspective, right? It would have been better off if they gave her like silk sandals, or gave it not like silk slippers, sorry, rather than sandals. Gave them, because what scholars in this period would tend to do is they would wear a kind of suede slipper rather than like leather shoes like this, essentially. Or barefoot. No, not barefoot. I mean, did they? Yeah, they did have stockings in this time period, I guess, but stockings was more men's fashion back in that day. You didn't really see women wear stockings so much during this time period. Yeah, because remember, guys, stockings actually used to be a men's fashion wear, funnily enough, back in the day. Look, I don't like feet. I like legs, not the feet. It's very easy. It's just, the thing is though, is that good footwear, really, a decent, good footwear really complements a great leg shape. So so in order to fully enjoy the succulent legs, what you need basically is decent footwear that complements the shape and also hides the feet and the toes, because the feet and the toes are gross, quite frankly. The stocking design is insanely detailed. Again, the patented stocking design a million times better than just like straight, normal, you know, unpatterned stockings, basically. This is, I fully approve of this. I really like this. Sorry, man, but I can't take this seriously. Look, I have the best taste, okay? I have the best taste in anime women. I appreciate that we all have our own preferences, but you need to shut the fuck up and just follow my lead on this one, because you don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about. You vanilla cuck fucks, right? With your big fat tits and big fat ass and, I don't know, ashy cocky fetishes, don't have the first fucking clue about what great leg design looks like, okay? So it's about the calves, it's about the thighs, okay? It's about the size of the calves and the thighs, and this is too skinny. It's too skinny, and you need to hide the feet with footwear. If you're going for a more scholarly look, then it's shoes. If you're not going for a scholarly look, then it's probably some form of high heels. Not really high heels where like the toes essentially point straight down, but they're not the ones that are almost horizontal. You kind of need the ones that are in between, really. Not pumps, not the kind of professional work shoes, the kind of in-betweeners kind of one. Just the right amount of height is probably, I'd say, around about a 30 to 40 degree point would probably be good for high heels, in my opinion. I think that's what we should go for. Well, yeah, stilettos can work, but I don't think stilettos would work with Clio's design here. But yeah, Clio, I guess the only minor nitpick I have about Clio's design as well is that Clio is supposed to be FaZe Connect's historian, and she's supposed to be FaZe Connect's lore master. And I don't get the impression of like a seasoned hag historian here from Clio. Clio looks very much like a university student, basically. Clio looks like a university student, not a professor. They've made her too young, in my opinion, almost. She looks too young. She looks like a student, honestly, not a professor. But otherwise, yeah, this isn't a beanie, by the way. This is a beret. I know Clio said that she's going to cope and call this a beanie. It's not. This is a beret. But again, it's a beret, but it's not a beret as well. At the same time, it's drawn a little bit weirdly. Normally, the lip of the beret isn't pronounced as... I mean, she's wearing her beret wrong as well. But I don't know. I'm used to British Army style berets, obviously, because that's where I served. And kind of the way fashion works in the British Army is that when you fashion a beret, the cap badge kind of goes just around about here, kind of in the corner of the left eye. So it's kind of like well, and that's more of a parachute regiment thing. But in the British Army, the cap badge kind of center lines with the iris, or it goes slightly, you tuck it slightly over here a little bit more. So that's in the corner of the eye. And then what happens is that you actually fold the beret so that it all goes over to the left side, and then it's more straight up here. So again, she's wearing her beret wrong, This isn't the way an Italian would wear the beret. This isn't the way the French would wear a beret. This isn't the way that the British Army would wear a beret. I don't know why it's shaped like this. It's very weird. I guess it's kind of a callback to her beanie that she wears of her old model, but it's kind of they should have just given her like just a normal straight beret in the proper manner. Personally, I think they should have done. Yeah, I like a book as well, actually. A book is very nice. It almost kind of reminds me of something like, well, it's got a floral pattern. A lot of Italians and the French had a floral pattern in this period of history. But it kind of reminds me of Warhammer Fantasy a little bit. Like she's reading a book from Marienburg. It's very cute regardless. Right, you've got the... I forget what the fuck this thing's called. The laurel. That almost screams like Roman Empire kind of thing. Veni Vidi Vici. The thing is, Clio starts talking for about 30 seconds and you go, oh yeah, university professor. Well, yeah, it's very clear, and you can see it in Armchair as well. So before I knew Armchair Expert was a teacher, the way he presented his stuff on stream immediately screamed to me like university lecturer, right? It took me straight back to when I was doing, you know, my university degree. I was like, oh yeah, this is quite clearly a person who's a teacher. Same thing with Armchair, same thing with Clio. You can immediately tell that they're very used to lecturing people in a professional environment. Maybe this is the new age Australian beret. Oh god, no, I'm pretty sure the Australians wear their berets in the British Army style. It shows how absolutely massive her head is on stream. Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? It's typical for anime and VTuber models. You have a really long neck and you have a massive head for some reason. But I guess that you need a massive head so that you can fit all the features and make them easily identifiable on the face, right? But yeah, other than my little nitpicks about Clio looking too young and her legs being too slender, this is a fantastic model. I love the color scheme. I love the patterns. There's an awful lot going on in this model, but it's not too complicated. One of the things I hate about VTuber design is when people think that just shoving loads and loads of endless tack and shit onto their model makes it like complicated or interesting, right? It's one of the biggest, I guess, kind of nitpicks I have with Pippa's model is that her hair has way too much like shit, like has way too much shiny shit kind of going on inside it, and it just looks like a cluttered mess, and you can't even notice most of it anyway. Like the longer you look at Pippa's hair, the more random shit in there that you notice. And one thing I like about Clio's design here is there's an awful lot going on, but it's clean and it fits the overall theme of the design look. So you've got like a green little cross here. I don't know if that's like that represents her Irish heritage or something, kind of from the book. It's like a little green book binder or like lock here. You've got the frilly chest here with the light blue gem. You've got the red ribbon. You've got the clasp. I'm not quite sure if that's supposed to be like an animal of some kind or a symbol in her clasp. She's got a black bow tie. She's got the fantastic orange and green overcoat here. She's got the pleated skirt with the red kind of almost, I can't remember what you call that, kind of like tartan look here. Again, that could be like a throwback to a British heritage. Could be a reference to Scotland, maybe. She's got the, again, this is like a period, this is a relatively period accurate kind of outfit as well. This is not too dissimilar from what you'd expect, like a very rich, aristocratic Italian intellectual of this period to kind of wear. And again, Fishman, as Clio said herself, she managed to spare herself from Fishman's boob-ray. Although, strangely enough, Sakana actually said he wanted Clio to have medium-sized boobs instead of the great big massive fat tits that Sleepy had. So good to Sakana for showing some restraint there. Yeah, I had Clio on in the background as I was playing Shogun yesterday. I did miss her. I did miss that part. She did say it's like tartan inspired by a clan. But it's different, not to dox herself. Okay. Hey, Razorwind VT buddy, how you doing? Good, thank you very much for the $5, Razorwind. Listening to stream while at work. Hopefully stream's going well. Yeah, it is. Thank you, Razorwind. Yeah, thank you all guys for showing up. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun already. Kind of already tangented into VTuber design, which is something I don't normally do. And again, I like her little cat dog thing. The cat dog thing here. I kind of missed what the hell this was. I don't know if it's a cat or a dog. It's got like a big lion's tail, like I do, honestly. It's me. This is literally me. This is really cute as well. I like her mascot. Again, I really like the belts as well. The belts are cool. And I really like her glasses as well. This is some cute glasses. I love the big circular glasses, and she's got a quill as well. Very nice. So yeah, let's get into Sleepy a little bit more. A baby Venetian lion. Venetian lion. Okie dokie. There we go. Lion of Venice without the wings. So Clio, talking about Clio. It's my self-insert, it is, yeah. Although I'm an English lion, not a Venetian lion. He's trying to win his wings back. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, Clio is a medium-sized VTuber. She's marginally smaller than Mari En. She's obviously much larger than Sleepy is. She's around about the size of... I think Clio is around about the size of... About Tenma's size, honestly. I think Clio is about Tenma's size as a VTuber. And Clio, I would say, is very much... that should say catnip. Sorry, not catnip. I think Clio is like the catnip for autistics. I know that autistic people are gonna fucking love Clio because of the way she is. Her like sense of humor and the really regimented way that she that she like explains how her mind works. Like I saw that doodle she did about how she eats cereal, and funnily enough, I saw like a lot of autistic VTubers in the community immediately like gravitate and simp over that little drawing she did. So I was like, yeah, I just tell immediately people are gonna like autistics are gonna love Clio so much. Yeah, it's about between Tenma and Sheena, yeah. And funny enough, actually, of the 3 FaZe Invaders, I do think that Clio actually has the most potential to develop FaZe Connect as a brand and kind of like professionalize and legitimize the organization in the wider audience, in the wider industry, and attract new audiences to FaZe Connect. And the reason why I say that is, again, of course, everybody's favorite Niji sister, Binted, even loves like Clio. So the Niji sisters all love Clio. They think she's great. And even though it's really old lore at this point, but the wider VTubing community, like especially Reddit and r/virtual YouTubers, still think FaZe Connect is this alt-right, neo-Nazi, racist, bigoted VTuber corporation. And I think someone of Clio's presence is probably going to do a lot of work to undo that reputation that FaZe Connect has among certain audiences, because the thing about Clio is that she really is like a lovely supreme form of hag. FaZe Connect has quite a few what I would call supreme hags. You've got Chisaka Irie and Amanagawa Sheena, who I would call supreme hags as well. But the thing is about Sheena is that as lovely as Mimor is, she can be a yab fucking degenerate as well, and maybe a bit too based for some people. And the thing about Irie is that Irie is just a lovely, cute as a button, just absolutely like fucking adorable, airheaded, but deceptively, like emotionally intelligent, quite witty, goofball, right? Like Irie's whole thing is that she's really fucking cute, and she's old and like into millennial stuff, and she's Korean. And I think that what Clio is like, you know, like I said, she's like the catnip for autistics. So the wider VTubing fan base are going to see this mostly pristine VTuber who's really big into presentations and hyper focusing into history. Clio's like completely unscrupulous, except that one time where she made a joke where she said faggot. Did you guys see the faggot joke that Clio made on Twitter? If not, I'll have to explain that. But I think other than the faggot incident, Clio's completely without scruples, and she's going to attract a lot of autistic types. There's an awful lot of history fans in the VTubing sphere as well. So, and she has a great way of presenting her interest. She has very motherly kind of teacherly instincts, right? So she's going to be kind of like FaZe Connect's Matara Ken, I think. So Yeah, we basically, Matara Ken has left VShojo, and FaZe Connect has kind of got their own version of Matara Ken now. I reckon that a lot of VShojo fans, if they recognize Clio's existence, are going to massively gravitate towards her, and they're going to get like the same vibe, the same energy they got from Matara. So again, it's kind of funny how that works out to be perfect timing. Yeah, she also said the French were idiots. Yeah, I mean, that's objectively true though. Hey Remy, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you. I'm good, thank you. Good to see you, Remy. Yeah, the le faggot. And then Rie of all people is like, I want to compare notes with her. Again, just so we're absolutely clear, I'm down bad. I'm down bad for Clio's model. I'm not interested in collaborating with Clio, really. I'm not parasocial for Clio. I don't want to marry Clio. I'm not even the slightest bit interested in friendship or romance with Clio. I just really like her content. And this is the thing, is like, as you say it, Asdaja, again, she's Irish, so immediate turn off, all right? I will never breed with an Irish person, okay? I'm telling you now. I will never knowingly breed with Irish people. I just want loads. Age Mater, if you're still here, I just want loads of art of Clio with thicker legs, please. Thank you. The Englishman falling in love for an Irish Catholic. Never. I am a proud English nationalist Protestant, okay? Never. I will never marry an Irish Catholic. Are you always down bad, though? No, I'm not always down bad. Am I always down bad? Guys, am I always down bad? I'm not always down bad, am I? The fact that she runs a Twitch about mod is also... That's what I love. Yeah, that's what I love about her as well. No mods is great. Fucking hell. No mods is great. Orange and green romance, though. Yeah, and the troubles begin again. You know, I do want to do a history stream on the troubles and see how many Irish people I can piss off. That'd be pretty funny. Although I do actually, for an English person, I do have a pretty neutral take on the troubles. I do think that why are we tangenting onto the troubles on the FaZe Connect stream? But no, what I wanted to say is that on the subject of the troubles is I actually take a neutral stance on that. I do think that the way the British governments of the time handled the troubles was dishonourable, dirty, and actually quite unforgivable. However, that doesn't excuse the shit that the IRA did during the troubles. And there's a reason, by the way, why the Good Friday Agreement happened, and there's a reason why the troubles ended. And a big reason as to why the troubles ended is because the IRA became so bad and so corrupted that the IRA's top torturer and interrogator was so disgusted with what the IRA leadership was doing, he turned on his own side. He became an informant for MI5. Right, so let me put that into perspective for you. The IRA in the later part of the troubles became so bad, the IRA's top guy in charge of torturing people for information was disgusted with his leadership. He turned traitor towards the British. That's how bad the IRA got. But then you get these dumb fucking plastic paddy Americans in New York or wherever who are like, oh yeah, the Irish, they're these lovable, salt of the earth, lovely, Ballihero, great chipper guys who like a drink and love freedom. And it's like, no, actually, the Irish can get pretty fucking gross and nasty when they want to be. They were shooting up children and babies and like innocent civilians and blowing people up. Right? They were not very nice people at all. They were even like beating and raping their own people and like other guys, like IRA guys, widows and wives and shit. They took a lot of liberties with IRA members' wives. And some of them were gay and took liberties with like IRA soldiers as well. A lot of IRA soldiers were raped by senior IRA officers. So yeah, and bombing pubs as well, yeah. But then of course, at the same time, the parachute regiment did go a little bit far on Bloody Sunday. But then the thing is, I don't know what retard decided he was going to send the parachute regiment on peacekeeping operations. You don't send the parachute regiment on peacekeeping operations. You send the parachute regiment when you want to kill people. Hey, Zungumman, thank you for the $5, buddy. When I was in the army, there was an Irish pub in town that we were forbidden to go to because it was known as a known PIRA front, provisional IRA front. It was called Islands 32. Yeah, I can imagine. Even to this day, if young British servicemen, even if they're from Scotland or Wales, if they go to the wrong part of town on the Irish border, they can find themselves getting filled in, kidnapped or killed if they're not careful. I think, yeah, if I recall, you used to be able to enlist in the British Army when you were 16, and I think they raised the age now to 18 or 19 because two 16-year-olds and a 17-year-old soldier, and I think they're all Scottish as well, I believe, in the late 90s, were actually like murdered, or I think they were either murdered or they were severely beaten by IRA sympathizers after a night out of drinks at a pub on the Northern Irish Republican Irish border. So after seeing like a bunch of 16, 17-year-olds like murdered by IRA sympathizers, the British Army was like, okay, this is really bad. This is really bad press. No more 16-year-olds enlisting in the army. Yeah, I think I believe you can still provisionally enlist in the British Army at like 16, 17, but you can't deploy until you're 18, 19 now. Yeah, it's not. I think you can join when you're 16 still, but you can't deploy until you're 18, 19 now, I believe is the rules. I can't remember. It's been a while, obviously, since I've been in the mob. Yeah, anyway, let's get back to FaZe Connect and stop talking about the troubles. I'll save that for a stream on the troubles. Again, fucking you guys are a terrible influence on me. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so yeah, Clio's lore is that she's FaZe Connect's historian and lore master, and I was genuinely hurt and upset when she said when they said that, because they're stealing my job, guys. Clio has stolen my job. She took my job. Clio took my job. I'm upset. Although to be fair, it has been a year since I've actually uploaded a proper video. So yeah, if I really was FaZe Connect's official historian, I'd be fired for not doing any work for a year, I guess. Right? Oh dear. But I'm gonna fix that soon. Soon there's gonna be a lot of videos, so I'll fix it. Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? She's the official FaZe historian, but I think you guys all know who the real FaZe Connect historian is. She will never beat my talent lore knowledge. I am the king of lore knowledge. His absolute schedule's worse than Parrot. It is worse than Parrot's. Yeah, I'm way worse than Parrot is. Fucking hell. And of course, in true hag fashion, as we all saw during the debut in the streams, Clio is useless with technology, and she's as cute as a button. I really like Clio. I'm really glad she got picked up by FaZe Connect. I wish Clio all the best in her journey. I think that she has an awful lot to offer to FaZe Connect. I think Clio is going to be massive, and hopefully FaZe Connect will be able to offer Clio everything that she's looking for. So kind of, again, just by the virtue of bringing Clio on board into FaZe Connect has really improved. How do you say? It's really filled me with a lot of optimism for the long-term future of FaZe Connect, actually, by picking up Clio, and I'll explain why that's the case in a couple slides time. Fishman will do his best to make him massive. Yeah, I reckon Clio's gonna be huge, right? I think Clio is gonna be one of FaZe Connect's like giants, kind of like how Sheena became an overnight success. I think Clio is going to be up there as well, as to someone who's going to be massive with the community, but also attract a lot of new people into the community as well. I think Clio is probably going to be, I think Clio is probably going to be, it's the one with the most potential, honestly. And then an improved public perception, like I said earlier as well. Although this is the thing, is that's not necessarily a good thing. The thing is, we like FaZe Connect because we don't have a critical mass of really fucking annoying Niji sisters and Redditors in the community getting upset and precious over slurs and jokes and, you know, based behavior. So up to this point, the FaZe community has been pretty good at putting the various communities into compartments. So I've said this before, right? But there are an awful lot of Niji sisters in Rooney Ruse's community and in Panko's community as well. Although I don't know why there are so many Niji sisters in Panko's community, considering Panko can't go 5 minutes without saying the N-word. But yeah, But I've seen people in r/virtual YouTubers who have Oshi marks of like Aruka, Panko, and Rooney, who talk like mad shit about people like Pippa, Temma, and Jelly. So as long as we don't get a critical mass of undesirables into the FaZe community, I don't think it will cause too many issues. But it's always a concern as they bring in more and more talents, that it's the risk that a lot of these bigger talents themselves, kind of like with Rin Penrose recently, is that a lot of them are very leftist, or they're very kind of at least pander and virtue signal to leftists. And one of the risks that FaZe Connect will have if they're not careful is that they could recruit too many. They could recruit too many they could recruit too many Rin Penroses basically, and that could start to cause very serious problems in like the harmony of the community. And that's actually quite a serious problem if that does occur, because one of FaZe Connect's greatest strengths, one of the reasons why FaZe Connect has been able to grow and become what it is today, is because of how harmonious and how loyal its community is towards the company and their favorite VTubers. Now, that's not always the case, right? There have been times in FaZe Connect's history where certain fan bases have gone way too far, or they've had massive drama with the talent, right? And I'm not going to bring some of those up, but you'll probably know some of the ones I'm referring to. And no, I'm not talking about Pippa. I'm talking about some other Generation 1 talents, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, right? Which talent I'm thinking of there, if you guys know your old FaZe Connect lore. And at the end of the day, right, people forgot about that. People moved on, that's fine. But again, at the same time, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, there's a certain... It's not even... If I say that, you immediately know who I'm referring to, but there's one VTuber in FaZe Connect who has drawn attention from certain circles for some of the shit that she posts on her past life, right? And it's okay when there's one and she keeps it to her past life. But the problem is now is that if FaZe Connect recruits kind of more of the wrong kind of people, while they've got someone who's big and influential in FaZe Connect who could form an anti-clique, who could make that worse and develop that kind of community and disrupt that harmony between the various FaZe Connect communities. Because the thing is that there are people in the FaZe Connect community who genuinely have a problem with like slurs and the way that Jerry and Pippa carries on. But even so, they're able to just stick to their part of FaZe Connect they like, right? They're like, I don't like Pippa, don't like Jelly, I'm just going to stick to Aruka and Rooney Ruse, and I'm not going to start shit or like dogpile or say mean things to the other communities or talents. I'm just going to stick to my part of the pool. If you guys enjoy your Pippa and your whatnot, but if that group, if the anti-group grows too strong, then it's going to attract more of the wrong type of people. They're going to become more emboldened to start causing shit and saying shit, and you'll start to see this effect where instead of the FaZe Connect community all banding together to protect people like Pippa or Temma from Twitter cancellation attempts, we'll start like seeing enemies within the gates, like within the FaZe Connect community now, actually saying, you know what, the V-tweeters have a point. Sakana should, you know, fix this shit, like a civil war kind of thing. I mean, that's kind of like my armchair psychology, schizo, autism rant about that, but I am concerned in more than one way about FaZe Connect overextending itself and recruiting the wrong kind of person. We'll see how that goes. It's really good that they do have that basement period where they kind of indoctrinate the talents, see if they really are a good fit and get them used to the company. Because to my shock, some people who've joined FaZe Connect actually didn't have a fucking clue what they were getting into when they joined, right? Like, again, like Rooney Ruse had no idea what FaZe Connect really was about or what the community was like when she first applied to FaZe. And it wasn't until she was in like the recruitment process and when she finally did her research to see what she was getting into. So I mean, I'm surprised honestly that people join VTuber corporations without actually considering whether they'd be a good fit and if they'd be happy there. Because again, before at one point I thought about joining a VTuber corporation, and I only ever wanted to join Prism Project and FaZe Connect. I've never wanted to join Holostars or Nijisanji, even though those would be much bigger VTuber corporations that would be better for my potential career as a corporate VTuber. I would never apply to them because I wouldn't be a good fit, right? Because I like slurs and bad language, so that'd get me cancelled from Nijisanji. And I find the Holostars boys, I do like the Holostars boys, but again, they're just too clean, they're too safe for me, really. I want to be able to say slurs and like make edgy jokes, and I wouldn't be able to do that in Holostars. So I wouldn't want to join Holostars, kind of thing, right? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. It's funny how that worked out. She wanted to get out of the screen and be a silly anime girl, and ended up in the best place to do so, that's right. But the thing is that FaZe Connect fans, for the most part, have expectations of a FaZe Connect VTuber. Now, it's not like, those expectations aren't like what they were in the early days of Generation 1, where, you know, you had a massive amount of 4chan guys and, I don't know, normies who like edgy, lol cow hunting, Ethan Ralph shit, or encouraging Pippa to do dumb stuff, like dumb, edgy, lib-based right-wing stuff that would get her kicked out of a corporation. People don't have that expectation of FaZe Connect anymore. Now people are perfectly happy to receive and give their full love and support to people who aren't lib-based right-wingers and just want to do whatever silly, cute girls doing cute thing shit that they can offer, which is great. I think that's fantastic. But still, if you join FaZe Connect and you start talking about trans rights, and you know you're the kind of person where you're like Kersha's a Nazi, and you know you start the whole Orange Man bad thing, you're gonna have a bad time and you're gonna piss everybody off, and yeah, it's not gonna be a fun experience. Oh, hey, Zero. How's it going, buddy? The moment when the other invaders in the watch-along went wild. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I tried to watch the watch-along of, like, Dizzy and Lumi and co. when they were watching, like, particularly when Sleepy reveals her assets to... her new assets to everyone, and again it got a little bit too girly for me, right? Like Lumi in typical Lumi fashion was starting to piss me off a little bit with her Lumi noises. It was getting too girly for me, so I had to switch it off and just watch like the debut without the watch along because it's getting too much for me. But again, I always you know, respect people who can stand that kind of thing. Let me read chat for a little bit so I can pad the... How many... Oh my god, have I been streaming for nearly 2 hours already? An hour and 40 minutes. Fucking hell, this is going by so fast. I'm going to be so tired when I go to work tomorrow at this rate. You'll see some... I love how you just straight up call them commies, Pavlo. Although I guess that's to be expected of a Pavlo pilot. I fucking... Ever since I never met Mexicans, like I never had any form of interaction with a Mexican before I got into VTubing, and the FaZe Connect community, as we all know, is full of Mexicans, and I genuinely love Mexicans so much. Those guys are such a mood, and for some reason Mexicans, even the non-Aryan Mexicans, appear to all be white supremacists for some reason, which I find absolutely hilarious. But yeah, I really enjoy Mexicans. You guys are so great. I fucking love Mexicans so much. I don't know why Americans complain about them so much. They're brilliant. What was I gonna say though? I gotta say, yeah, there's commies show up in the FaZe Connect Discord every now and again, and they leave when there's no one to listen to their complaining. Yeah, that's right. Or like or archive bro will like fucking ban them and give them the George Floyd treatment if they don't shut up. Yeah. You mean based? That's exactly what I mean. The Mexican people are very interesting. This is the thing about about being a Western European. Western Europeans are really fucking boring, miserable people. And then I come across these Latin American people, and they've got and the Filipinos as well. They have so much personality. They're so fucking crazy, and they casually say shit that would probably get them arrested in much of Europe, and I think it's great. It like Mexicans live like it's still the 1990s, and I'm all for it personally. I love it. I miss the 1990s. They have extensive experience with brown people, yeah. Only the cool Mexicans get into VTubing, and the Puerto Ricans as well. Puerto Ricans are great. Although I don't really understand the difference between Puerto Ricans and Mexicans, if I'm being honest. Yeah, they can be very racist. But this is the thing about Mexicans here, is that they can take it as long as they give it, so they're not like precious about it. You can be very racist to a Mexican and they'll take it, and they'll be very racist to you back. It's funny. Mexicans and tropical Mexicans, yeah. Yeah, and then you got jungle Mexicans as well. Yeah, they're Trump's strongest soldiers. I love it. That clip of Trump saying "I love Mexican people" like lives rent free in my head. Particularly as like the day before he was like, deport them all. Snow Mexicans, yeah, Canadians, the Canadian snow Mexicans, yeah. God, I fucking hate Canadians so much, you guys wouldn't believe. I genuinely hate Canada. I couldn't stand more than 6 months of Canada. What an awful place. You know the thing about Canada? I'll get on to Sleepy in a minute. I just want to rant about Canadians for a second, okay? Did you guys know that Canada's whole identity is not being America, and they're proud of that fact? And it's like, as a foreigner going to Canada, like after living in Canada for a year, I was like, guys, you seem to be proud of the fact, like your whole identity is based around the fact that you're not Americans, and that's really sad for 2 reasons. First of all, that's not much of an identity at all, and second of all, you guys really should start fucking wishing that you were Americans, because you fucking suck dick big time. I thought Canada would combine the best of Britain and the best of the United States, and they're not. They're actually the worst of the United Kingdom and the United States. I don't know how they managed that, but Canadians are going to be Canadians. Canadian hate. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, they say they're loyal to the crown. Funny enough, when Brexit happened, I remember the Canadians being really fucking smug, right? I remember the Canadians being really smug and being like, haha, Britain, we're not gonna have like a Commonwealth trade deal with you. You guys are stupid. Who gives a shit about the crown and the king? And now that the United States is like threatening to invade them and turn them into the 51st state, all of a sudden, those smug Canadians who were laughing at us at Brexit and telling us to get fucked over trade deals post-Brexit are now like, oh, save us, King, save us, England. But the Commonwealth, and it's now I'm like, you know, and it's like now at this point I'm like, yeah, you know what? No, actually, Canada, you can get fucked now. You get fucked. Yeah, just bend over and take it, America. I enjoy that he's hating Canada. Hey, EB, I'm sorry about the election results, EB, but then to be fair, Pierre Poilievre is just more the same. He wouldn't have changed anything. It's just more Justin Trudeau, honestly. Unless you guys vote for the PPC, it's more the same shit, sadly. But anyway, let's get back to FaZe Connect. Politics of Maulington is on Friday. God, I'm really anxious actually about the Friday stream I have about Kershaw not being a Nazi, because I just know, I know that Bint and like Nyara are gonna get like really fucking precious about my Friday stream. Hopefully they don't. The problem is that I want to stick up for Kershaw and kind of make the point that she isn't this bad evil person that people say they are. But I don't want to deal with like the fucking hassle of these terminally online dickheads who are just on the internet all day every day crying about shit. It's just really fucking. I've got like a life. I don't want to spend all my free time getting mad at retards on the internet. But you know, whatever. I think more people coming out and giving, I guess, a kind of level-headed academic deconstruction as to why Kershaw isn't a Nazi is better optic-wise for her than like her fan base who tend to just tell these Marxists to go kill themselves, right? I mean, I appreciate the sentiment, but you know, it doesn't look good for Kershaw's fan base whenever there's any criticism, they come out and they're like, oh, you're a dumb F-slur, N-word, kill yourself, right? It doesn't help Kershaw's case. But anyway, it's yeah, I know, this is the thing. It's like Nyara and that Ohio Kyo dickheads, whatever, that male, I hate to call him male, that Vietnamese twink first trap retard who's best friends with Uki, that guy, and people like Uki themselves think you can't be racist towards white people because insert Marxist nonsense here. It's like, ah, fuck off, right? Like, these people literally have subhuman intelligence. Everyone I don't like is a Yahtzee. Yeah. Why can't we do both? Because I don't want to alienate all the people who've come here for a fucking FaZe Connect stream, and now I'm going off on rants about how much I hate communists and Marxists and Nazism and shit. Anyway, so Sleepy, let's talk about Sleepy. So Sleepy, a very small VTuber, again, as I said before, kind of like 1k views of odds, so that's absolutely tiny actually. I think Sleepy is like the smallest VTuber we've seen join FaZe Connect in quite some time now. But I expect that Sleepy is going to be much larger very soon. I do expect her to be a sleeper hit. I see my Twitter feed at the moment just absolutely full of artists and clippers who really want to start clipping Sleepy, and people just gushing about how cute Sleepy is. And way too often these people turn out to be self-hating white people when they're exposed. Yeah, and that's that. Oh my god, fuck's sake. Zero, you fuck. I just managed to get off that tangent. Now I want to go straight back. Just when I thought I was out, Zero Defects pulls me straight back in. Okay, hang on, last tangent before we go back. Okay. So, you know, I'm very open about the fact, right? I'm very open about the fact that I hate the United Kingdom and that I want to be an American. And I think people misunderstand that I'm one of those like self-hating white people. They think I'm a self-hating Brit. I'm not actually a self-hating Brit. I'm actually extremely proud of my country, its culture and its history. But the problem is that the England that I'm very proud of, the England that I'm in love with, hasn't existed in over 100 years now. And the reason why I hate the United Kingdom has nothing to do with me thinking that my country's shit and terrible. I mean, my country is shit and terrible, but it's fixable because the English are in principle, in theory, actually a very capable people who are very capable in the science, in the arts, economics, military. If England had the right leadership, we could become the strongest military and industrial power in Europe if we wanted to. Which then leads me to the reason why I despise the United Kingdom, is that the modern day British person is a miserable, lazy, spiteful, dumb, authoritarian, bootlicking, fucking cultural Marxist. And I can't stand these bastards, right? It's like you could deport all the foreigners who came here since 1997, and that still wouldn't be enough for me. You need to deport half of the United Kingdom as well, and then I'd be happy perhaps with the state of England. We need to be more like America. We need to get away from Europe, need to be more American. But anyway, there's my ultra right-wing Nazi-based rant about the state of the UK. Let's go back to FaZe Connect. God help me. If any FaZe Connect talent fucking watches this stream right now, they're thinking, Jesus Christ, is this Lord Maulington fucking schizo retard weirdo? Is he like the representative of our fan base? Are all FaZe Connect fans this weird and gay? Yeah, thank you for getting me back on track now, Zara. Let's get back on track. Weren't almost everyone in Gen 3 and Clio nobodies? Actually, no, they weren't. FaZe Connect Generation 3 was basically Sundaria. And it's crazy as well, actually. Whilst I was doing the research for the FaZe Connect documentary, I didn't realise, but Pippa had done collabs with some of the Sundaria VTubers. I saw a collab between Pippa and Purin, who is now obviously Moo Moo. So, and I didn't admit to being gay, Pascal Saucer. I don't mean gay. Oh my fucking god, for fuck's sake. I don't mean gay in the homosexual sense. I mean gay. Guys, for fuck's sake, most of you here are approximately the same age I am. You guys remember that back in the day, you called someone gay if they were annoying. You called someone the F slur if they were stupid and if they were obnoxious. If they were really obnoxious and you didn't like them. And then you called someone a retard if they were stupid and annoying, right? Maulington might be my Oshi now, no homo. Oh my god, you know, the day I do see someone on Twitter with my Oshi mark, I'm gonna be so fucking happy. I'm gonna be like a little girl the day I see someone with my Oshi marks on Twitter. I'm really looking forward to it. I get really happy when I see fan art of myself as well. So yeah, if you are an artist and you want to do fan art of me, I will be very happy if you do that. Thank you. Where the fuck? Where was I? What were we talking about? Yeah, Sleepy's entire design is so cute that somehow the huge rack isn't distracting like it can be on the other girls. Yeah, and I absolutely agree with you there, Zero. Okay, let's talk about the design. Let's talk about Sleepy's design before we talk more about Sleepy. I think it's the bout that does it. I think the thing about the bout keeps Sleepy's massive tits compact, so they don't like spread out and fill up half the screen like Dizzy's great big fucking honker-donker-badonkers do. It's definitely the bouts and I guess the kind of crop top as well. Like the crop top. Oh yeah, she's got a bout underneath as well. So yeah, basically, like she's got 2 seat belts on her design to try and contain her boobs. But yeah, I guess that kind of compresses her tits a little bit. that stops him from like spilling out and filling up all the goddamn stream. Actually, did I miss any donations as well? Sorry, or memberships? No, I didn't. Good. Okay. I'm really, again, I'm a one-man operation here. I do my own I write my own videos. I edit my own videos. I single-handedly mod my own streams and shit. So you guys could be saying the dankest racist slurs in the chat, and I won't see it. Not that that's an invitation for you to start doing it, but bear with me. I am a one-man operation here. Look, I'm not a furry as well. Will you shut the fuck up about calling me a furry? I did the little furry man design because I thought every fucking male VTuber is some gay-ass twink, BDSM, demon cuck boy, or they're all like fucking Merryweather, where they're all bottom dog boy bitches or whatever the fuck. And I thought it would be more fun to... oh shit, listen, how long's my tracking been out? Why don't you guys tell me about my tracking going? Hang on a sec. Let me fix the tracking. I think my iPhone has frozen. 1 second. Let me fix that. Where was I going? I was going on a rant about Merryweather. Yeah, I thought it'd be fun to do something different and have a little furry lion man, because I didn't see very many VTubers using a kind of furry or furry adjacent model. So I thought it would be more different and interesting. So I'm not an actual furry. Just thought it'd be fun. A fun stylistic design choice. I like Dizzy's professionalism, strikes me as an office lady. Also, hi, Mr. Moore. Hi, Boiler Rice. Yeah, I'm working on a new video on Dizzy, actually, a new Dizzy documentary. And in that video, it won't just be about the lore of Dizzy. Actually, let me fast forward a minute, I'll show you what it's about. Here we go. So this is the Dizzy video I'm working on. This will be the thumbnail for the Dizzy video. And it's called Why Every VTuber Corporation Needs a Dizzy Doco. And in that, it's not just going to be a lore dump about Dizzy's journey from Urara in Sundaria to becoming FaZe Connect manager and then becoming Dizzy Dokuro. I'm also going to do a deep dive in this video, in generally speaking, about how Dizzy sets a good example for leadership and how Dizzy sets a good example for initiative as well. Because I think a lot of particularly smaller VTuber corporations could learn from Dizzy's example. Okay, is the tracking gonna fucking work now? Disconnect. Okay, there we go. Yep, I'm moving again. Hang on, let me just refresh my stream so that I'm up to date myself, so I can see myself. There we go. Okay, cool. Yep. So yeah, I think Dizzy's fantastic. Nothing but the highest praise for Dizzy. Forget her as a talent, just as a V manager, as a person. Nothing but the highest respect for Dizzy. I genuinely think that she does set... Dizzy's one of those people, right? Fuck's sake, we're never going to get on fucking topic, are we? We're supposed to be talking about Sleepy. Dizzy's not even a feature of this fucking stream, and I'm talking about Dizzy. Okay, let me finish my point about Dizzy. So, Dizzy's one of those rare people who truly understand the meaning of leadership. So, Dizzy is someone who follows almost a military style of leadership, right? Or almost like a regal style of leadership. So Dizzy's the kind of person where she leads by serving those who are under her. Dizzy will always spend her own money and her own time to make sure that those under her charge get the best possible chance to succeed in the future. We saw that during like the off-Kai technical nonsense where Dizzy gave up her slot to let her co-highs take the limelight. We've seen that over the years when Dizzy was still in Sundaria. She spent her own time and money setting up everything for the Sundaria girls, and those same Sundaria girls only stayed in Sundaria as long as they did, not because they had any faith or respect for their actual corporation managers, but they all gravitated towards Dizzy and her example and everything Dizzy did for them. As long as Dizzy, as Urara, was in Sundaria, then those Sundaria girls would ride it through thick and thin with Dizzy because they loved her and they trusted her so much. And how many people in the civilian world, how many people in a corporate setting are prepared to go that far for someone who's not even their boss, really? I mean, I don't believe that Dizzy was like a manager, I don't think, I need to do more research on it, but I don't think Dizzy was actually a manager in Sundaria in so much as she had any responsibility to the other talents. but she didn't need to be given that authority. She took it up upon herself to take that initiative to lead those girls to the end of Sundaria, and they stuck with her. And that's an incredibly rare example that I think more people should follow. And it's the same thing with all the shit Dizzy's done for FaZe Connect over the years, even behind the scenes, is that it's not about Dizzy being a workaholic, right? Dizzy, as we all know, Dizzy's a workaholic. She's invested an awful lot of time and effort into FaZe Connect over the years. It's not just about being a workaholic though. It's the way that it's what Dizzy does with that time that is one part of what's allowed FaZe Connect to become as successful as it is today, right? Because what Dizzy does is you get kind of two kinds of talents, really. You get the standard talent who is basically just out for themselves, and the way they benefit their company is just by being the biggest talent, is by being the biggest draw that they can. And then what that does is that they basically they honor their company by just getting people through the door, by being an entertaining, interesting person that people want to watch and donate to. But Dizzy goes beyond that, right? Because Dizzy doesn't just focus on herself and her own branding. Dizzy is FaZe Connect's biggest champion, and she's arguably even more of a champion of FaZe Connect than fucking Fishman himself is, right? So Dizzy labors endlessly to create projects and to boost interest in the wider corporation so that everybody within the collective of FaZe Connect can benefit from the work that Dizzy does. And again, that's a very rare form of leadership initiative, and it's a very rare form of service that Dizzy does for FaZe that I'm not sure, honestly. I don't know. We don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but I don't think that Kevin actually really does truly appreciate how important and how much Dizzy has done for FaZe Connect. I mean, I don't know what kind of conversations, and I can guess as to what kind of person Dizzy is, but I do wonder sometimes, as a friend, as someone who's known, actually, Sakana and Dizzy are friends. They've known each other outside of like FaZe Connect for a very long time. They were kids. They went to school together. I certainly hope that at some point Sakana has had a sit down with Dizzy and like said to her and been like, look, Dizzy, the FaZe Connect isn't me, you, and Mumi anymore. We've got a dozen talent managers these days. We've got 29 talents now who can all pitch in and do stuff for the company. It's like you can relax a bit. You know, you can spread the work out, let other people have a go. We have you on the payroll now to be a talent and just, you know, focus on your own shit and being a talent and just pitch in the background where you can. Right, just take a seat back. You're gonna burn yourself out, Dizzy, as she has done very recently, right? I do think that sometimes, hopefully he's already done it, right? I don't know what their relationship is, but I certainly hope that Kevin has had a serious conversation with Dizzy and, you know, tried to encourage her to back off and stop doing so much. We'll see. I don't have a bad opinion of Sakana as some people do. I think Sakana is more intelligent and more capable than most people give him credit for. But I do think that Sakana gives me the vibes of someone who does take people, who does take it for granted when people go way above and beyond what's reasonably expected in their roles. Because if I recall, if I've done my research right as well, the FaZe Connect talents don't get like extra pay and shit for the benefits that they bring to FaZe Connect, right? Like they don't really get bonus pay as such. They don't get proper remuneration for Sheena, like drawing the FaZe Connect chibis, or Clara doing the rigging for the chibi models. He kind of just treats it as like a cost. He kind of just treats it all as the same cost as doing business, and he doesn't. I don't think he properly compensates talents for them having these special skills and supporting the company. He kind of thinks of it as, well, I've got this person, I've recruited them because they had this talent. I'm going to get them to do this. I'm going to get them to do this thing I've hired them for in the first place. And yeah, fine, if they're going to do it for free, I'll let them do it for free. Fuck it, right? And you got to be careful with people like Sakana, because as nice as he can see, as nice as he can be, people like that, everybody in business really takes for granted like all the extra work and the hours you put in, and they're very quick to forget it, right? So I'd say to the talents, right, is that just because you can do something, make sure you're pushing the fishman back and you're properly negotiating, and that he's being reasonable in his expectations of you. Just because he may have hired you, because you can also draw or do rigging, doesn't mean you don't let him pressure you into doing that shit for like free, right? When you're like busy or stressed out, kind of thing. Why just to kind of keep investing? See, it's. Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that. You could literally Google Kevin H2O Sakanali right now and read his LinkedIn, where he has his entire history on there, including a picture of what he looks like, right? So, again, I don't know. Anyway, let's get back on topic. Let's finally start talking about Sleepy, not Dizzy. Okay, Sleepy. Dizzy. Dizzy. Oh my god, I got Dizzy on the mind now. Sleepy. Sleepy's got a lovely fat pair of tits on her. And what's pretty big as well is that she shares Mint's artist. So well done FaZe Connect for picking up some pretty high profile artists and rigging for this work. Again, with each generation that goes by, the level, like the quality of art and rigging is going up and up, right? Like I mentioned in the Generation 3 video that I did a year and a half ago now, is that the Generation 3 like art and rigging was leaps and bounds ahead of 1 and 2. And again, with these new FaZe Invaders, again, it's gone even higher than it was before, right? It's almost, it's very expensive. I wonder how much these models and I wonder how much this modeling and rigging costs. Like, Anna, I don't know if they've said, but this is looking to start to be in like the 8K, 9K territory now. The like toggles tend to be quite cheap. Whimsy Cat, who's my artist and rigger, it was about $50 like an emote, I believe, and it was about 100 for advanced emotes, where like animated emotes. So I don't know how many toggles they have in total, but that can add up really quickly. But the tracking is absolutely superb. I don't know if they're all using iPhones with the what's it called? I'm using it right now. But basically, when you set up a VTuber model and you set up the rigging, you can get an extra, which like adds. Oh my god, my brain. What is it called? I forget. The iPhone has a special camera that allows you to take advantage of a special kind of software. Actually, what's it called? I've got it in the tab here. VBridger. That's it. Yeah. So I've got it. It's called VBridger, and what VBridger does is, you can pay extra to get an artist to put VBridger on your VTuber model, and it greatly improves the fidelity of your facial tracking and like the tracking of lips, eyebrows, eyes, etc., etc. But again, the effect that VBridger has is dependent on, again, having a decent iPhone, but also it's dependent on the skill and how much detail the rigger puts into the work of the VTuber model. So when I look at Clio's and Sleepy's models in particular, they're even more advanced than my human models VTuber like tracking. So again, they've got some very like high level dudes. They've got some very high level dudes working on their stuff now. So they really are, it's like sparing no expense on the VTuber models. And I think that's great because, again, the more complex, the more toggles that you have in a VTuber model, the more opportunities there are for those clippable moments, and the more opportunities there are to really sell the visual side of the entertaining performance. So I think that one of the major weaknesses I see from a lot of VTubers, and I include myself in this, is that they don't actually pilot their model as much as they really should to like really sell the visual comedy that can come from VTubing. And someone like Lumi does it very well. If you take a look at Lumi's model, she's always bouncing up and down, she's always rolling her eyes and moving her head around, and it just adds this extra layer of like cuteness, and it adds this extra layer of engagement to Lumi streams because she's always so expressive and she's always like bouncing around the place. So, and I think that when you become a bigger VTuber, I don't think that having a really nice high fidelity VTuber model does not translate to a large viewer base. But I think there's this curve of VTubing where when you get to a certain size, when you get big enough, having excellent tracking, having excellent rigging and great toggles to react to what's going on in streams, that does start to become more important. Like it becomes like a force multiplier that becomes more impactful, right? Like the puppeteering of it. Yeah, VBridger, that's right. Take care, Astasha. So yeah, I do think it's good that they are investing in these really advanced models, so that when the talents have a big audience on them, they can really like engage with their chat and really properly visually engage with what's going on in the stream, because it's one of the things that makes Pippa so successful, and it's like one of the most endearing things about Pippa is seeing that really cute expressive model of her do like the wide eyes and the crazy eyes whenever she sees something shocking or crazy, right? You see these classic moments where Pippa's eyes go wide and it's like, that's cute and that's cool, and it really adds to the experience, right? So yeah, so Sleepy's model is, again, it's very simple, but like Clio, I think, kind of like Clio's model, even though it's quite simple, these VTuber designs, I think, tell us on first appearance an awful lot about the VTuber itself, right? And I think that's the cornerstone of good VTuber design. I think the cornerstone of good VTuber design is that you turn into a VTuber stream, you look at the model, and the model immediately gives you a good idea of what to expect from this VTuber, right? So I look at Clio, right? And I see Clio's outfit and I immediately go, oh, okay, historian of some kind, cute person, probably really into history, an academic of some kind, right? Because you got the book, the quill, the scholar outfit. And then I look at Sleepy's model here. Again, very simple, but again, I take a look at Sleepy's model here and immediately I think, okay, so she's wearing a kind of like sports vest, kind of like a sports crop top. She's wearing kind of like sport, like jogging bottoms. I don't know what you call them in America, with like the shorts and the leggings and stuff. So immediately my first impression from Sleepy, very cute model with the sportswear. She's some kind of, maybe she's some kind of fitness VTuber, maybe a tactical VTuber of some kind. Despite the tactical and sporty element of her VTuber design, still very girly, very feminine, very cute. So I expect from someone like Sleepy to maybe see some tactical stuff, but then I also expect her to be a cute little cinnamon roll who maybe does some idol stuff, ASMR, singing, etc. Right? And I think that's good VTuber design, personally. Even though there's not a lot really going on. If that makes sense. Yeah, like yoga pants kind of thing. And an elf. Yeah, exactly. And an elf. I love the tits, but I think the straps would be good to see a holster. Like, yeah, you know what? I think you're right, Felix. Yeah, maybe put a pistol of some kind here, maybe kind of like dangling. You imagine that? If she did put like what do you call a suspender here? If she did put a holster and a suspender here, her tits are so wide, like the pistol would be pointing like in an angle this way, wouldn't it? Yeah, maybe she needs to put it in like her hips or something to avoid the pistol getting in the way. She's got a lot of spaced armor here, right? What do you guys say this is? She's got class 6 armor here, Sleepy does. She's got natural class 6 armor right here. Well, she did say she uses cinnamon roll soap. Yeah, exactly, right? Cute as a button, Sleepy. Cute as a button. So yeah, kind of like I said earlier, so Sleepy's the kind of person where despite how cute and friendly and approachable she is, she does have an opinion, which is something I really like about Sleepy. Sleepy's like fed up with parasocials and annoying people and cringe idiots, right? She has that famous clip where she's in a frog VTuber model and she's going, cringe idiot, take your meds, cringe idiot, right? That's Sleepy. That's why I really like Sleepy. I think she's cute, but Sleepy doesn't take shit, and she's not afraid to have an opinion and tell you know, what she thinks, and I respect the hell out of that. I like Sleepy. So again, if you're some kind of fake gun autistic and you want to backseat her, or if you really want to buy her like the latest, I don't know, Knight's Armament AR-15 for $7,000, she's going to think you're a creepy weirdo, and she's going to tell you to fuck off nicely, right? So don't be weird, don't be parasocial, don't try to groom Sleepy because she won't have it. Respect what Sleepy's about, respect her community because she's very fond of the community she's cultivated over a very long time, and she doesn't want people coming in and pissing in her cereal and like ruining something that she spent an awful lot of time building towards, right? Because again, this is the thing you have to remember, guys. I think people forget this sometimes. Just because a VTuber is small doesn't mean that they're the kind of person who wants to grow at any cost. Right? It doesn't mean that they haven't been trying. It doesn't mean that they don't have a community that they value very highly. It doesn't mean that they want to grow and like lose everything that they've built so far. Sleepy does care an awful lot about the vibes that she's built, and the last thing I want to see And I'm sure the last thing Sleepy wants to see is, yeah, like I said before, right, like the Lumi groomers coming in and constantly spamming chat with what they usually do, right, where they copy and paste like entire Wikipedia entries from the Warhammer wiki and try to tell Sleepy how to properly clean her AK, even though they've never fucking touched one before. Or they try to or every time Sleepy says, you know, every time Sleepy is I don't know, in a bad mood, and you know, they're doing that grooming thing where they're showering her with love and compliments, and it's like, that's very weird, guys. You're making very inappropriate comments. Don't do that. Not all people agree. That's the problem. Yeah, that's as you say, Crivers. The problem with Sleepy's model here is that Sleepy does look very groomable. I think Sleepy does look very groomable, but she really is not the kind of person you want to try to groom. Please don't do that. I know that many of you will be really down bad for a somewhat libertarian, like, based, gun-loving American woman, but don't leave Sleepy alone, okay? Remember the golden rule about parasocialism, boys. Sleepy almost certainly has a boyfriend or a husband, or is sleeping with someone, all right? Just relax, calm down. She's not available, all right? I'm available, but I'm not gay for you, sadly. Anyway, yeah. So as the name suggests, she's narcoleptic. So she has she's a very sleepy person. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a narcoleptic, but I'm a night owl myself. I become more animated at night, and I don't function during the day, so I find that quite relatable about Sleepy. I think Sleepy's like improved her health over the last couple of years. I remember when she was like collaborating with Pippa a lot more, like particularly over the Tarkov days, is that Sleepy would be like really like low energy and quite sleepy throughout the streams, but she's considerably more energetic these days. But yeah, she's more chill these days rather than sleepy, I'd say. That face when no hot elf libertarian wife. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she did get better. I mean, you can see it in how she was a couple years ago to how she is now. She seems to be much better. Not gay for you, so gay in general. Well, it's not you guys that I'm trying to entice. I'm trying to entice the 0.01% of women of subscribers to my channel, right? There's about 2 women who watch me, okay? And if those women are available, I mean, if you watch me, I mean, you have fantastic taste, so I imagine you're quite hot. That's my cope. On a serious note, though, because I know that the problem is about joking and memeing, particularly in VTubing, is that people generally have difficulties understanding when you're joking and being sarcastic sometimes, or they take memes seriously. So again, just so we're absolutely clear, I think online relationships are dumb and that you shouldn't do them. And I'm not actually gay baiting or like baiting for a wife. Okay, I'm just joking. Okay, relax. A lot of VTubers pretend they don't have boyfriends, but you might as well assume they do because the fans' chances are low to 0. Yeah, that's exactly right, Isaac. I mean, again, it's why I really like people and I have a lot of respect for people like Pippa and Sleepy, is because they don't indulge their fan base really into thinking that they have a shot, and they don't encourage over the top behavior. So it's like it's a shame that they have to do it, and it's a shame that you have to put your foot down and set those boundaries with your fan base. But yeah, I always have a lot of respect for VTubers who do that, because it reaches a point, I think, where when VTubers indulge overly parasocial, overly attached fans, it reaches that territory of where you're taking advantage of genuinely like mentally unwell, like depressed men. And the thing is, when it's been a long time, but I remember when I was a very young man and I was like really like fucking seriously like depressed and out of shape and gross and nasty and really not feeling like a good time. Like having someone or something, even if it's temporary, fill that void. It's like a drug, right? It's like crack cocaine. And the problem is that the ethical issue I have with some VTubers is that they really, I think it shows like a severe lack of respect for their fan base that they indulge and endorse like over attachment and parasocialism, because they know that they're basically whaling their fan base, right? And I think that shows like a disgusting lack of just empathy in general, but also shows a disgusting lack of respect for their fan base. So I do like these VTubers who are like, look, don't be a cringe idiot. If you want to, you know, if you want to go over the top and you're supporting me, I can't stop that. But the minute you start like thinking that, you know, the minute you start writing, you know, like Kotazuma levels sometimes on Twitter, like Kotazuma levels of love, that's a little bit too far, going a bit too far there. No one wants to see people writing 5,000 word essays on Twitter about how much they love someone. Gets a bit too much sometimes. You know, rein it in a little bit. It's a bit too cringe sometimes. I understand the mentality, but rein that in a bit. It's not a good look. It's not a good look, I think. Anyway, so yeah, so kind of again, part of the reason why I like Sleepy is that she's very friendly, she's open, she's honest, level-headed, and she's a really good like sort of real yapper. So again, there's someone who's a hag or a near hag. She's got quite a good perspective on the world, and she's got like a lot of wisdom in her, Sleepy, for a VTuber. You'll enjoy some of the stuff that like Sleepy will just talk about, like her life experiences or what she thinks about things, kind of like what I did just a moment ago. You'll find her you'll come to Sleepy, I think, because she looks really cute, but you'll stick around because she is really just such a lovely, open and honest person. You'll really enjoy the philosophical journeys that Sleepy will go on whilst playing like Super Mario 64. She's good. I do quite like Sleepy's yaps. And again, when we take a look at what, yeah, as his countryman, I'm required to tell you that leave my man Kotazuma alone. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I like Kotazuma. Don't get me wrong, right? I like Kotazuma. He's a great guy, great clipper. But sometimes I open up Twitter and Kotazuma's like written a fucking 5,000 word essay on why Jelly and Lumi are so great. And it's like, I get it, right? I get it, because I'm the guy who's done a 2-hour-long documentary on Pippa, an hour and a half long one on like Lumi or Temba. But even I'm sometimes like, okay, this is too much, like Kotazuma, like calm down, man. It's getting a bit much. Right, but I get it though. I do get it. But anyway, yeah, so Sleepy wants to develop singing and voice acting. She wants to develop her singing and voice acting skills, have fun, and support FaZe Connect. Very simple set of goals, a very lovely set of goals, I reckon. Hopefully FaZe Connect will give Sleepy what she wants. I'm extremely happy to see that after all these years, Sleepy's finally made it in. Very well deserved. Congratulations, Sleepy. Again, that's kind of like, it's great to see. I'm really happy for Sleepy. It's well deserved. And yeah, I think the fan base have taken an immediate liking to her, so I expect she's going to be really big. She's going to be a Sleepy hit, and yeah, hopefully many fruitful years of Sleepy in FaZe Connect, where we can all enjoy a pretty solid VTuber. She's an excellent fit for FaZe Connect, and she does offer something, I think, a bit different from all the other VTubers. I think this might upset some Fireflies, but I think Sleepy will fill the role that Saya Soroxis was meant to fill within FaZe Connect, because Sleepy is a pretty decent gamer. You know, she's kind of cute, kind of bratty, but she's just like a real, like, down-to-earth, level-headed girl. And I say this as someone who was a day one Firefly. I think Sleepy is gonna be, I guess, what the Fireflies need following Saya Soroxis's like leaving of FaZe Connect. I think she's gonna fill that void, fill Saya's shoes. It's a shame that it's a terrible shame that Saya that Saya dropped out, I guess, because obviously I really liked Saya. She was my favorite of Gen 3. She was exactly one of the things I was looking for in a VTuber. But now we got Sleepy. I think Sleepy will fill that void quite nicely. Yeah, I do wonder how this thing's going to happen with that FaZe Citizen thing with Saya. Hopefully she will be back from time to time. Hot take, Saya's probably the worst mistake PC committed. Is that the worst? Is Saya the worst? I think the thing is really shady. When it came to Saya, like, Sakana took a gamble, and it's unfortunately it is a gamble that he lost, but it's very rare that Sakana loses a gamble. I mean, you can't win all the time. I mean, Yeah, I think if I was Sakana and it came to like recruiting Saya based on a previous history, right, because it began in Sundaria, I'd say it's definitely a high risk. It's definitely a high risk, but given Saya's relationship with Mumu and the rest of the Sundaria girls, then it's a risk after a conversation maybe, where after having a chat with her and getting a fit for her kind of like motivation and kind of like her goals in the company, I'd be willing to give her that second chance. That's the thing. I imagine Sakana did have like a sit-down chat with Saya, since he's probably quite familiar with her history himself, and probably at the time Saya herself thought that she'd be able to go fully into it and, you know, give her everything into FaZe Connect for the long haul. But this is the way things go, unfortunately. Sometimes I every time there's a new WoW expansion, right, I think, oh, okay, you know what, I haven't played WoW in several years, I'm gonna this expansion, I'm gonna get really stuck into WoW, give it my all and get back into the game. And I'm fully, like, at the beginning, I'm there, I'm fully good to go, I'm ready to give it all to start playing World of Warcraft again. And then after 2 weeks, I'm like, oh, you know what, actually, no, I can't do this anymore, I hate it. Right, so maybe that. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't call it, it's like, exactly, it's not like it's a mistake in such that it caused damage to FaZe Connect, really. I think Saya definitely gave to FaZe Connect more than she, Saya basically paid back what she gave to FaZe Connect. But what you need to remember at the same time, though, is that Saya took up a slot that another talent could have taken, and a talent with more motivation could have taken. So again, the problem there is that Sakana hired someone who only essentially stuck around for a year and a couple months, and he invested a lot of money and time into Saya, and he could have given that absolutely fantastic model. By the way, Saya's my favorite model that FaZe Connect has had so far. Could have given that fantastic model, could have given that slot to someone who's still working here today, making him lots of money, right? Again, it's pain, as much as it pains me to say that, as I said, I'm a day one Firefly, but I do think it's a terrible waste of a model and of a character, and it could have probably gone to someone now who is perhaps more motivated and deserving of it, but that's the way the business goes sometimes, unfortunately. Yeah, so I made it so well at 30, like Sakana wanted. Yeah, that's right, actually. Yeah, that's what it is. I was wondering, I was scratching my head thinking, hang on a minute, why aren't we at 30 VTubers anymore? And it's like, oh yeah, because Saya left to make it 29. That's right. Yeah. Let me read chat a minute now. Is there a civil war starting in the was it Saya a package deal with Mu? I wasn't sure. I wasn't 100% sure if Saya was a package deal with Mu, but I know that Mu and Saya were really, really close, so potentially that would make sense that they were a package deal, right? I think the two of them are inseparable because they have a genuine friendship there between the two of them, right? Sakana should bring back the cat girl. I think the cat girl, leopard. I think the snow leopard is quite happy where she is now, doing what she's doing, quite frankly. That's something I'm going to mention. I'm going to do the whole Yuri thing. I'm going to mention the whole Yuri stuff in the FaZe Connect documentary. But I guess one of the problems I have with mentioning Yuri in the FaZe documentary is it's very rare for me to feel this way, but I'm actually quite scared. I don't know why, but I feel I really don't want to speak to Kiba and ask her if she's okay with me mentioning what her current life is. I'm pretty sure, I can assume, I imagine Kiba doesn't want me mentioning to people in the documentary, wouldn't appreciate me mentioning in the documentary that what her new persona is. I think she just wants to start fresh and clean and doesn't want like a bunch of tourists coming to her and bringing up the FaZe Connect shit again. So I think out of respect for that, I'm not going to mention directly in the documentary that she's now Kiba. But the problem is, at the same time, it's like people in the comment section will just fucking blur it out and tell everybody anyway, right? So it's like, well, fuck, what do I do? I think for the sake of respect for Kiba, even though I don't know and I'm too scared to ask her, I'm just gonna mention Yuri and I'm not gonna mention what her new life is, right? Thank you very much for the membership, I study. Thank you very much, buddy. That's very kind of you. Sugar Daddy strikes again, I study. Yeah, sorry I didn't need to graduate. Look at Hina, she could be on permanent hiatus. Yeah. Way free of FaZe got kicked hamstringed by Saya being Saya and Hina's dad almost dying. Yeah, it's poor Generation 3. I haven't been having like a good time with it really. But Hina's back now. Everybody's happy Hina's back, and hopefully her dad and her family situation will improve. and people can go back to enjoying the baby board and her lovely great big honker donker badonkers. But yeah, I want to see more collabs between Pippa and Hina. By the way, I really enjoy the Hina Pippa collabs. Those two bounce off each other quite nicely, I think. I mean, yeah, she still does stuff with Moonshine and Kershaw, so the link is there. You wouldn't be the silver bullet to blow it up. No, that's true, but the problem is that actually that people outside the FaZe Connect community do actually watch my videos, right? And again, Kiba is a classic VTuber in the sense that she takes this stuff very seriously. She like really respects the culture of it, and it's despite selling Gate, she still does she still does hold on to the old traditions of VTubing. So I don't think she would appreciate me mentioning what her new life is, because it would attract a lot of tourists who want to bring up the FaZe Connect shit and like piss her off, right? So I think I'll just avoid mentioning that. Just keep it at Yuri. You admire the baby board so much. Why do you admire the fan base so much? That's an interesting one. Is there anything? I don't really know much about Hina fans, honestly, like as a wider community, because I don't watch Hina, if I'm being honest. She would probably understand if you talk to her privately. I imagine so, right? That's the thing. I need to stop being a pussy and just ask her if she'd be interested in that, and then I get the answer either way. But I'm just really, I don't know why. I don't get nervous about talking to anyone, right? I've sent DMs to people like, I've tried to contact like Dizzy and like Moomy and really big VTubers like personally through email. But for some reason, I'm just scared about trying to talk to Kiba. I don't know why. That's the thing. I don't know if she believes in the past life taboo, but I imagine she does, because she is such a classical, like, culture respecting VTuber. Oh, they stayed loyal for multiple months. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd given up on Hina myself. I thought we were going to get a Hina graduation at some point. But it's good on the baby birds for sticking with Hina for such a long time. And it shows really well, actually. It shows FaZe Connect in a good light, that they were willing to be so patient with Hina, returning to work after such a long extended hiatus. But then I guess at the same time, I imagine FaZe Connect did do that out of genuine decency. But then at the same time, can you imagine the fallout that would happen in the FaZe Connect community if it came out that Sakana like fired Hina because it took her too long to come back from like her dad or whatever being in a very serious like medical conditioning, right? That would be the worst. That would be like the FaZe Connect dream dying right there. That would probably end FaZe Connect. It'd be a million times worse than the whole Yuri situation, I think. She also liked it when I post pics of my Yuri coffee. Who, Kiba or Hina? Sorry, Pippi Paladin. Actually, I think I saw that tweet as well. Pippi. We got Pippi Paladin here, guys. He's probably like, other than what's his face, Yeso, Han, the Nasi Barry. We've got Pippi Paladin, who are like the two guys perhaps most keeping the flame of Yuri in FaZe Connect alive. Actually, go on a quick tangent about Yuri in a minute. One thing that annoys me when we talk about FaZe Connect drama is that every time you talk about like FaZe Connect drama and a lack of FaZe Connect drama, people get really pissy and then go, "Oh, have we memory hold Yuri now?" And it's like, well, no, we haven't memory hold Yuri, but that drama happened over 2 years ago, guys. It's not fucking relevant to now, is it? Yes, FaZe Connect has had drama. It's had worse drama than Yuri, but it's been contained within certain communities. It's just that, you know, it's been 2 years now. There's been no real massive drama in FaZe Connect since Yuri. That's what we mean. Sakana couldn't afford to lose 2 girls on the same gen. Yeah, I mean, that would be the death of the generation as well, right? If he lost, that would be half of Generation 3 gone if he got rid of Hina as well, right? Basically, well, almost half, I guess. Well, given the size of Hina's tits, I guess I would say that's half in terms of mass. Remember, FaZe Connect is 10 seconds to midnight all the time. Yeah, and this is the thing, right? To continue my tangent about Yuri, as I've been doing the FaZe Connect documentary, I did go back and look at a load of Yuri's old stuff that's still surviving. And it's crazy, actually, looking at Yuri's old stuff when she joined FaZe Connect. Yuri was really ahead of her time, right? Like, Yuri was incredible. I forgot how good Yuri was. And when you take a look at, when people talk about like how based or Menhero or Schizo like Pippa and Tenma were, Yuri was right up there as well. She like people today, like what people consider, like I think like let me think about this for a second actually before I try to ramble on. I would say that Yuri, when she was in like FaZe Connect, particularly during that early period, she was like a mix of Leah, Pippa, Tenma, and Mari En. Like she was like really ahead of her time. I forgot how good Yuri was. You watch some of her clips and some of the streams she did, and it's like fucking hell. If she were around today, Yuri would be huge, right? I think Yuri would be massive if she were around today. She'd be probably about as popular, I think, as Lumi would be, honestly. Leah said only Hime was crazier than Yuri. Yeah, I can imagine that as well. Like Yuri, like Hime's fucking nuts. But the thing is though, is that Hime acts nuts. It is an act. Hime does act, right? She's not actually that crazy. But with Yuri, I think Yuri is just like letting out the inner crazy within her. I think Yuri's like, Yuri is basically the kind of crazy where she just removes her restraints. I think it's actually genuine with Yuri, because you see it in Kiba sometimes, right? When Kiba's screaming, when she's screaming like "suck my dick" and shit and all the other crazy stuff Yuri does from time to time. It's like fucking hell. Lumi kind of referenced losing a gem mate the other day when she was explaining that the talents have a lot of leverage. Yeah, the talents do have a lot of leverage, but this is something I'll get into in a moment. They're actually losing, I think, some of that leverage with these 3 debuts, like with the state of debuts these days. But let's move on from Sleepy to Mari En, and then I'll get onto the points of speculation thing, because I'm rapidly running out of time. I'm not going to do 5 hours, by the way. That's a meme. I'm going to be streaming 3 hours. So I'm going to be finishing at 11, hopefully, unless you make me tangent out of control again. So we've got Mari. I really like Mari En's new model and outfit, by the way. This is really nice, actually. I didn't pay much attention before, but now I've got it up on screen. Actually, I was like, holy shit! Actually, I really like this. This is good. I like this. This really cute face. It's the face. It's like the face and the hair bangs. Actually, I really like this. It's nice. And then you got the crab, and you got the classic fish crown here. Oh look, it's Sheena. Got a Managawa Sheena on her head. So yeah, you've got Mari En, who's quite a bit. She's not massive, but she's a big VTuber, Mari En, and she's affiliated with Mythic Talent. So I think Mari had a peak of about 22 to 23k CCV on her debut. And if we were to describe Mari En, she is fucking nuts. She's foul-mouthed. She's menhera. She doesn't give a shit. She bullies her Twitch chat. But in reality, I'd say she's quite easygoing and friendly, really. I mean, as we mentioned before, right, it's kind of quite funny how she was comparing her YouTube chat, who were all nice to her, and then her Twitch chat, who was screaming and calling her like a slut and a bitch and shit, right? Yeah. So yeah, Mari En is like one of those VTubers who are one of the formerly independent VTubers who were kind of like got lost on the way to FaZe Connect, and now she's finally come home, kind of thing. And Mari has been someone who the FaZe beggars have been begging for quite a long time, and it's crazy that it's actually worked. So yeah, I would never have thought in a million years actually that Mari would genuinely join FaZe Connect, despite how FaZe coded she is. And now here she is, part of the FaZe family. Can't wait to see what kind of shenanigans happen in collaborations with Tenma, Lumi, Pippa, and Dizzy and shit. Right, it's gonna be great, and Panko as well, actually. Yeah. So Mari En, as she says herself, she is the CEO of Sex. Right, have you guys? I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I always struggle between keeping things like public knowledge and clean, or like talking about rats and like, you know, background shit. You know, I know that I've started. I can't stop now, right? I heard a rumor that apparently during Offkai, during some kind of VTuber convention, Mari was about to have like Mari was gonna have a 5-way sex was gonna have like a gangbang with 5 guys or something at the same time. Yeah, the 5 guys story. And it's like, I don't know if that's confirmed, if that's a rat, that's real. But I believe it personally. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a genuine one. I wouldn't be surprised if it's. Is it a meme? Is it a meme? I'm misunderstanding. Okay, is it a meme? Okay. I mean, it's just the kind of person, but I genuinely believe this is completely real. I would believe this is honest. Okay, right. Her own friend told the story. Oh yeah, this is the thing. It's a meme, is it? Or is it? Right. It's like there's no Leocon or Kapipi gay orgies, right, in Offkai, right, guys? There's no Kapipi or Leocon gay orgies in Offkai. You fucking degenerates. Oh, it's a rap from Josh, was it? I thought Josh hated VTubers. Speaking of Kiwi Farms, I saw Kiwi Farms like brought back. Well, I don't know, brought back. They brought they've got a VTuber thread now. But I thought that was the whole point of the virtual asylum, was that Kiwi Farms hated VTubers. So I thought the virtual asylum was like a Kiwi Farms offshoot, where they could talk about VTubers without Josh getting his knickers in a twist. I remember Mari's robot model and Offkai talking to Legal. Oh yeah, I remember. I love these. I love the robot. I love that robot model. And also, the thing I love about conventions is, right, I love it when they've got like the VTuber on the screen with the little robot driving around. Love that stuff. I think it's based off of another VTuber that had a roommate that complained about them bringing the guy out to ruin themselves during Offkai, but no idea of trueness. Yeah, see, this is the thing I'm talking about. One of the difficult things about being a commentary VTuber is that people tell me all sorts of shit, and then I'm like, oh Christ, is that real? That sounds like it could be real. It's like the Germa effect, right? Where Germa pulls the funny faces, and it's a game where he has to play a game of, is that real? Or did chat Photoshop his face? And it's the same thing with some of the rats I'm here. People are like, oh, hey, did you hear how this VTuber like had like a fucking orgy with 12 guys and like, I don't know, like killed a hooker? And I'm like, did they? Really? Is this real, chat? Chat, is this real? Hey, Azahara channel. How's it going, buddy? I see the Lion Man is hyping up the new sad woman. Keep up the good work. I am, Azahara channel. I'm really happy with these 3 pickups. I'm very optimistic for FaZe. There's some really great pickups here, actually. There's some fantastic VTubers. As I said before, I'm really down bad for Clio, Azahara channel. I'm down bad for Clio, unfortunately. My love for Clio will be unrequited, sadly. But I'm really happy for Sleepy in particular, though. Really good. Really happy for Sleepy. She's been trying so hard to get into FaZe for many years, I can imagine. And there's no one more deserving of being in FaZe Connect than Sleepy, I think. So good for her. Thank you very much for the membership, Nightfall buddy. Thank you very much, my friend. You really thought Mary could even look a guy without getting embarrassed, huh? Well, this is the thing. You can't tell with some of these VTubers. They hold their true thoughts and emotions quite close to their chest. They hold it quite close to the chest, so I can believe some really crazy shit that these VTubers get up to, especially when you have people like Pippa who can't even crack a fucking egg to make like noodles and shit, right? So I don't know. I would absolutely believe Mari did have a gangbang with 5 guys in a hotel room. I would believe that when she's screaming about being the CEO of sex and cranking a hog and shit. Yeah, Mari does have those nice hands that yeah, and that reminds me, I saw a clip of that actually. It might have been from you maybe, Azahara, I don't know, but I saw a clip of someone saying that Murray's hands didn't match what her voice sounded like, and then she got like super offended. It wasn't you for once. Okay, yeah, I can't remember who did it, but that was a good one. Hot hands, dog voice, yeah. You know, one thing I saw actually on 4chan is I saw on like those 4chan retweeting Twitter channels that someone on 4chan was complaining about Murray talking way too fast, and that she needs to like take her Adderall and calm down or something. But I don't know, guys. I think Mari talks quite slow and quite fine. I don't have a problem understanding Mari. I don't think she speaks too fast at all. Honestly, I don't know what this 4chan skit is talking about. I thought the 5-guy gangbang was buff. I don't know. It's fucking. I imagine every VTuber's probably had an orgy at a convention at some point. I don't know. You would be surprised at what some of these VTubers do for their whales. I wouldn't be surprised. Giving their Discord kitten, rewards and shit. Yeah, it buff as well, really. Fucking hell. I mean, buffs. I mean, I'm not surprised about a loot. Oh, that was confirmed as well. Oh my god. Well, I mean, I wouldn't expect anything less from a LootTuber, honestly. They were saying that she talks like Joe Biden. Might also be where the vent needs come from. Yeah, she does talk like she does talk quite slowly and deliberately, so I can kind of see where that comes from. People turn Mari 1.5 to make her sound normal. Yeah, I thought so, yeah. If someone thinks Mari talks too fast, they must be the one on drugs. Yeah, that's very much what I thought so. I thought Mari talks way too slow. I'm almost tempted to put her on 1.5 speed. But Mari's great. I think Mari's fucking hilarious. And I guess kind of at first, when I saw that Mari was joining FaZe Connect, at first my kind of thought was, I don't really see what Mari brings to FaZe Connect that it doesn't already have. Because Mari's like, you got people like Pippa and Temma and Rie and Panko, I think, who have a lot of the same kind of things going for them that Mari does, actually. But then I guess after watching a few more, after watching like Mari's debut and her 2.0 and going back and watching some clips of her, actually I do think that Mari actually does have a place within FaZe Connect. She is very FaZe coded, and I think that one of the things Mari will do is probably help people who maybe feel a little bit jaded or maybe feel like they miss old Pippa a little bit more. I think Mari will probably like fill that kind of void that some people are feeling who miss like old schizo Menhera, like unrestrained in what she says, Pippa maybe. But yeah, let's go into the, yeah, hopefully she enables the Yabbit. Yeah, this is the thing. Maybe Mari, maybe exposure to Mari will make Pippa relax a little bit and not be so self-conscious about what she says and what she does, because I appreciate that Pippa, actually this reminds me, actually I've started, people are starting to forget about Pippa being the stinky 4chan Yabbit, and actually Jelly and Panko are starting to get noticed by Redditors and the Twitter mob as being problematic, you know, the whole problematic thing. I'm starting to see a little bit of noise pick up over Jelly, or over what Jelly and Panko do and say now, and I actually think that's kind of a good thing. I think that's actually a good thing, because it shows it's proof that that FaZe has kind of evolved beyond being the Tenma and Pippa show, and that now some of the other talents are getting, I guess, a fair share of the influence, like respect and attention. Because again, in the last year, Rie and Jelly have done really well for themselves. They've grown so fast, they've grown massively so quickly, so good for those two as well. It's always nice to see some of the really hardworking talents who've been really, you know, giving it that, or finally get the love and attention that they need. But sadly, as often happens with some of FaZe Connect's humor and language, that humor does attract haters, particularly of the Reddit and V-Tweeter variety. So, you know. Hey, Decato. Oh shit. I imagine we've got so many people from TVA here. I must be, someone must have posted my VOD on, someone must have posted my stream on TVA. Stop posting my shit on funny websites. I want to be left alone to spurg in peace. I don't want funny internet people talking mad shit about my stream. They did. Fuck's sake. Fuck off TVA. Let me spurg in peace. The kind no one likes. Yeah. I worry for Remy's health, genuinely. According to her, her mum made her chug wine while she was... Oh my god, did she? Poor Wemmy. Yeah, you plugged it. It's always you, Decato, you fuck. Stop posting my videos. How can one hate Jerry? No, you know, the next FaZe coffee review I want to do after Aruka and Leah is Panko, and I want to include all the instances of Panko almost saying the N-words, but then I kind of feel bad doing that because it brings attention to the fact that Panko has those base moments. Right? It's like, it's funny. I love it. We all love Panko for doing it, but at the same time, it's like, oh, yeah, it's probably bad optics to like highlight this shit, right? I'd happily watch Jerry commit a genocide, and she says, ow, 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 ow. Yeah. Yeah, God, I mean, this is the thing, right? Just a week before that study came out that scientifically proved that the Star Knights were a cult, I made a Twitter post saying that the Star Knights are a cult. So I've got this amazing insight where I can predict the future about a week ahead of time. Panko's secret toggle is the best, yeah, the goon father, yeah. Like Panko's latest one actually quite got me. She was playing a game, right, and she said, that stupid bitch. She almost had a PewDiePie moment. Oh, fantastic. I love Panko. But the thing is, right, the thing is, I think for most people, right, Panko has a kind of, the Panko's fan base, the Ringo Dachi kind of have a journey that's kind of similar to old Pippa's, right? You go to Panko because you see the clips of her saying really based shit, and you think, oh, look at this cute little VTuber saying slurs and shit. I want to watch this crazy, you know, little cute Menhera girl. And then after staying around Panko for a while, you realize that actually Panko's quite cute. You know, Panko's quite a relatable, you know, lovely, open and honest person. and she's such a vibe. She's a lot of fun, Panko. So it's like you come to Panko for the racism, but you stay because she's actually a lovely, sweet thing, is Panko, and she's quite funny. Yes, we'll connect forever, yeah. Panko Zatsus, yeah, Panko Zatsus are great. I oftentimes do actually have Panko on in the background whilst I'm at the gym. Anything Panko is forgiven for ESL is, yeah, Panko's too, right? Panko really needs gesture tracking for yeah. You know, you can get hand tracking with live 2D models. You just need you just need someone to do like the art and the rigging for it. I really want hand tracking with my 2D models. I'd have a lot of fun with that. Maybe that's for a future. But yeah, anyway, there's a meme about Mari Ian being Panko's vent dealer. I like that meme, it's quite good. And so I think one of the interesting things, again, that kind of ties into my surprise about Mari Ian joining FaZe Connect, is it's like, what the fuck does Mythic Talent actually do for the people under its umbrella? Because Mari said in her debut that she joined FaZe Connect because she wants to develop her singing. Oh wait, hang on a minute, no, that's not fucking... Sorry, I left that over from... fucking, what's the face? Sleepy. That's not Mari, that's Sleepy. So I think the interesting thing about Mari is that she thinks that FaZe Connect has enough industry influence to support her, and that she joined because she wanted to be able to offer her audience more. And then she went on to elaborate that what she means by more is that she wants FaZe Connect to help her with her lore, model work, she wants covers, you know, music, and merchandising is a big one as well. And that's something I always kind of don't appreciate, I guess, with the VTubing, with like the whole corporate VTubing thing. I forget how important merchandising is to many VTubers. I don't know. I don't know if anyone here has had a look at like the numbers and the financials of merchandising. But I thought merchandising wasn't that really much of a big deal, really, especially as the VTuber Corporation takes such a big cut of the merchandising. Yeah, I guess so, actually. When I think merchandising, I just think of plushies. But when we take a look at what FaZe Connect does for merchandising, I guess you've got like the standees, all the millions of special sales that they do. You get plushies. What else does FaZe Connect do? Oh, the coffee as well, actually. Yeah, the FaZe Invaders all have their coffees already, by the way. So I imagine, I imagine Mari's probably going to get like an absolute fortune in the coffee sale cut. I'm actually thinking of maybe jumping the gun a little bit and immediately reviewing the Sleepy, Mari, and Clio coffees so that people know what they taste like. I'm quite interested in myself, actually, to see what they taste like. Might order some, actually, later once the stream's done, as long as they haven't sold out already. No, man, merch is what makes a Pokemon company rich, far more than the games. It's a big deal. Yeah, I guess so. I forget. FaZe Connect's a coffee company, right? So I imagine FaZe Connect is actually funded from the coffee sales, I imagine. I should have the Iruka coffee review out tomorrow, but I did a lot of, I guess, price comparing and looking into the potential financials of the coffee situation in FaZe Connect. And as you probably know, or maybe you don't know, the FaZe Connect coffees are produced by the Tails company, which are a coffee company based in Vancouver, Canada. And the Tails company, their best coffees cost $18 US dollars, right? Whereas Sakana is charging $35 for his coffees. So he's almost doubling the price of the Tails coffees. And not only is he doubling the price of the Tails coffees, but he also gets a special deal from them, I believe. I can't exactly remember the details, right? But Sakana gets a special deal, so he gets a huge bulk of these coffee beans at an already discounted rate. So I imagine that the margins on these FaZe Connect coffees are actually quite huge, because again, after trying, I've consumed my entire bag of Iruka and Leah coffee, and it's definitely a premium coffee, but it is not, by any stretch of the imagination, these FaZe Connect coffees are not $35 coffees. I wouldn't pay more than $15 for a bag of FaZe coffee. So I think a part of the reason why they're so expensive is because the talents get a very good cut of the coffee. But then at the same time as well is that it's essentially VTuber merchandise. And as we all know, because it's VTuber merchandise, you put a premium on it. That's why we're spending $25, $30 on those piece of shit Chinese plastic standee bollocks, right? You know, the money goes to the talent and you're supporting the talent, so whatever. But yeah, fucking Bandit, right? What steal? $15, $16 for a PNG attached to it. I know, right? It's fucking outrageous. But I guess to kind of give you like a spoiler as to what I thought about the Aruka and the Leo coffee. The Aruka coffee is fucking fantastic with just 1 teaspoon of sugar, by the way. Aruka coffee on its own it's quite bland, it's quite mellow and gentle. There's not really much of a flavor profile to it. It has a very kind of sort of dark chocolatey taste to it, really, but it's quite understated and plain. Put 1 teaspoon of sugar in that bad boy, or maybe have some kind of sweet sugary biscuits. Immediately elevates it, becomes an S tier coffee. Highly recommend of that. Whereas the Leo coffee has just a nice floral, kind of relatively acidic, bitter tasting, just plain. Leo coffee. If you're gonna get yourself a Leo coffee, drink it plain. If you're gonna have an Aruka coffee, add a teaspoon of sugar to it. Fantastic. Anyway. But I think Mari Mari EN is obviously, she's very FaZe coded, so she's going to be a very strong fit for FaZe Connect, and I think she's going to massively boost again the organization's influence in the industry. I don't think that Mari Mari has the same potential that Clio does, but still, Mari Mari is a big VTuber, and I think a lot of FaZe Connect fans already watch Mari. But she's going to bring in so many new fans to FaZe Connect, and I think that's going to be really important, because if we get to the next slide, the reason why I think that's really important is because I think FaZe Connect is reaching a point of overextension, essentially, particularly by the time it gets to Gen 4. And the reason why I think FaZe Connect is reaching a point of overextension is because they're having it's not quite... The average FaZe Connect fan is quite tolerant, quite patient, and they're quite slow to realize when they're being had. But I think we're going to start to see a merch crisis happening, if not at the end of this year, then at the beginning of next year. And what I mean by that is that by the start of next year, FaZe Connect will probably have around about 34, no, more than that, 36, 37 VTubers maybe. And the problem is that with 37 VTubers now, FaZe Connect already has way too many fucking sales, in my opinion. FaZe Connect merch is ridiculously expensive. The quality is oftentimes absolutely shit. It takes way too fucking long to arrive. And oftentimes when it does arrive, you're missing half the shit you ordered in the first place. And when you combine that with the fact that there's a fucking special sale of some kind going on every 5 minutes. It's like the FaZe Invaders anniversary sale, Dizzy Dokuro birthday sale, Kanako Lumi new outfit sale, of which there's like about 5 special Lumi outfit sales a year at this rate, because Kanako Lumi likes to collect fucking outfits like she collects shoes. And then on top of the fucking like Lumi new outfit, Lumi anniversary, Lumi FaZe Invader birthday fucking special merch sales, they may as well stop having like Lumi got dressed all by herself this morning special merch sale, Lumi managed to breathe in and out on her own today special merch sale, right? And it's like, look, the FaZe Connect community is spread, it's quite loyal, it's quite incestuous, and it's spread very thin over a very large range of VTubers. And I think people are starting to get fed up with how many sales there are, the quality of the merchandise, and how expensive it is. And people are going to have to start making choices now, where it's like, okay, it's Pippa's birthday coming up. I have a choice. I can either, as much as I really like Sleepy, Clio, Mari Mari EN, Pippa's birthday's coming up. Actually, when the fuck is Pippa's birthday? Has Pippa already had her birthday? Is it in June? This is embarrassing. When the fuck's Pippa's birthday again? But I don't know. Take Pippa. Oh, it's in March. Yeah, free. Yeah, okay. Fuck. The example doesn't work. But you see my point, though, right? It's like people are gonna have to start picking and choosing whether they want to be able to afford a birthday merch sale, or whether they want to blow all their money on whatever stupid one-off special sale that Sakana has planned for that week, right? So. And I think that could cause FaZe Connect some issues, because it's quite expensive to acquire merchandise. He's going to have a lot of merchandise sitting in the factory, and I think Sakana is going to find himself in the situation where he isn't able to sell it all, right? Because there's just too many fucking talents, and the FaZe Connect fan base is too incestuous. There's not enough new people coming in who are like, okay, I only like I only like Tenma and Iruka, therefore I will always buy Tenma and Iruka merch because I'm not buying the merchandise of 7 other people. So yeah, when we've got all those many VTubers, that's potentially going to be an issue. So hopefully by bringing in people like Clio and Murray EN, who have large fan bases outside the FaZe Connect field and can also attract eyes within FaZe Connect now that they're in it, that might be able to alleviate some of that overextension issue. But I do think Sakana really needs to get a grip, certainly on the merchandise sale time, on the merchandise arrival times, because it takes too fucking long, and you pay an arm and a leg for shipping. And with the Trump tariffs, I mean, things are going to get even fucking worse now. So, yeah, I don't envy the position that the Fishman is in, unfortunately. 5 Swiss francs. It was faster and cheaper to fly out to CarrierCon and get some merch than the FaZe shop. Yeah, I can imagine it's on a... I imagine at this point, fake Pippa fan... Look, I'll be honest, I don't watch Pippa, okay? I've extensively researched Pippa. I've extensively researched Pippa's career over the last 3 years, 4 years now, I guess, for the sake of like documentaries and videos, but I don't organically watch Pippa really. And there's nothing to do with Pippa. I do really like Pippa. It's just, you know how it is. There's too many VTubers to watch, not enough time. Unfortunately, Pippa gets pushed further and further down my list on priority of VTubers to watch. I know this sounds like absolutely outrageous for a FaZe Connect fan, right? But again, I didn't come into FaZe Connect through Pippa or Tenma. I followed Lumi from CyberLife to FaZe Connect. And then once I was in FaZe Connect, it was Lumi, Tenma, and Iruka who made me FaZe Connect fans, not Pippa. I know, very weird, right? But yeah, not everybody watches FaZe Connect for Pippa, believe it or not. He literally hates Pippa. I don't hate Pippa. Again, and what really annoys me is that when I say I don't watch Pippa and I'm not a big fan of Pippa, is that people immediately jump to the conclusion that it's because, oh, Pippa's too based right wing, Pippa's too problematic for me. This dumb faggot, limey British dickhead doesn't like, you know, based libertarian girls. And the thing is that my problem, I don't, as I've said before in the Pippa documentary, Pippa's too soft for me. I don't find Pippa chaotic or yab at all. I've not even Kershaw. Kershaw's too soft for me personally. You guys should see my private Discord messages if you want to see based and yab shit, right? You see my fucking private Discord messages where I've got the goddamn... you know what, actually I won't bring that up. Let's not bring that up. Maulington just started a smear campaign against Pippa, yeah. Well, this is the thing, right? It's despite the fact that I don't watch Pippa, I do feel really bad for Pippa sometimes because she's got these aunties who get on her case and they don't have the first fucking clue about what Pippa's really like. And Pippa's genuinely such a positive influence in VTubing. She really is a genuinely lovely person because she's always supporting like smaller VTubers, and she's also like she's like on this adventure, right? She's on this journey to, I guess, like learn more about the world and like connect with people, and she doesn't care like how she doesn't use people, right? It's not transactional. Pippa is just wants to. Pippa is genuinely passionate about VTubing. She loves the hobby, she loves the industry, she loves the culture, and it shows in everything she does. And also, I think people miss this sometimes. It's that she's a good egg, and she normally tries to like de-escalate things, particularly when the FaZe Connect fandom can like act retarded and go too far with things, right? So like, take the Merryweather drama, for example, right? So you guys remember when Merryweather called Pippa white trash, right? And then Merryweather gave that stupid fucking like excuse for it that anybody with more than 2 IQ knows is like a lie, like complete bullshit he made up because he didn't read the room correctly. And like Merryweather does, he folded like a pack of fucking croutons when people were upset with what he did. But I don't believe, like, but Pippa just immediately forgave him, and she was like, "Oh no, it's okay, Merryweather. No, mistakes are made. You know, no problem." Now I don't believe for 1 minute that Pippa genuinely believed Merryweather's excuse, but you know, she didn't. She probably like felt for the guy and didn't want him to get cancelled and for him to like suffer the rage of the FaZe Connect fandom and like Pippa stands and shit. So she de-escalated the situation, accepted the apology, and allowed things to quickly move on. And she does that quite a lot. Well, except for Short Fat Attaku. But then Short Fat Attaku is a massive cunt, right? And he did deserve what he got, quite frankly. But she was very patient. She was very patient with Goonalot as well, despite Goonalot taking the piss big time. And Ricketts as well. She was very patient with Ricketts despite him being a fucking snake. So yeah, I genuinely, as much, even though I don't watch Pippa, I will defend the Yabbit to the death because she genuinely is like she genuinely is like a really positive role model in this industry, and I think more people could do to learn from her example, particularly people like Cinder, Bao, fucking Shy Lily, you know, those people could it's funny, right? It's like you've got these VTubers who virtue signal, right, and put this public persona of being all love and peace and wholesome and shit, and you know behind the scenes they're all a bunch of fucking snakes and rats. And it's ironic that the openly, you know, based stinky 4chan Yabbit is the genuinely, right, it's genuinely the nicest person and like the most earnest and like genuinely like non-grifting person in the space. I did see I saw a little bit of Powder Dogs. I must admit, guys, this whole VTuber drama shit going on between Cinder, the rigger, and the indie popular girls, I see it for what it is. Like, it's all a bunch. It's a fucking targeted attack. It's all very suspicious, and I can't stand the crocodile tears and like the public meltdowns on streams about how betrayed and shit people feel. It's really unprofessional, and it's not at all genuine. I don't believe it for 1 second. I don't believe that any of these fuckers are the people that they say they are. I see straight. I've been in the company of women for a very long time, and I just see straight through them. I don't believe they're honest for 1 second. Oh yeah, that's right. She also de-escalated when Nyanas called her a pick-me. Yeah, kind of made excuses for Nyanas about that. Yeah, she did. What did she say? Nyanas called her pick-me Pippa or something, didn't she? What a fucking bitch Nyanas is as well. Oh god, there's so many fucking snake VTubers in this space, right, guys? Don't trust women. Like, can I get a woman coffee emoji in the chat, please? Like, fucking women, man. Although, to be fair, a lot of men in this space are the same way as well. A lot of sneaky fucking men acting like women in this industry. Well, I don't know. I think the thing is, right, again, I can't be bothered to read through these fucking great big ass, like, VTuber documentary things because they're all super gay. They're way too fucking long. They take forever to get to the point. And like, at the end of the day, who cares? I've got a life. I've got shit I'd rather be doing. I don't have time to read this. I don't have time to read like 60-page fucking Google Docs. But I don't want to get into it. It's stupid and gay. I appreciate that everybody's in a competition with each other. You know, there's a finite number of artists and riggers, and there's a finite audience. But look, you can compete with other people without sabotaging or forming these mafia mean girl cliques to fucking like cancel each other. And this is kind of, I know people often say that VTubing needs to be gatekept, and we need to keep VTubing pure to keep this industry. We need to gatekeep to keep the undesirables out of the industry. But the problem is that there are plenty of undesirables in this industry, and if we didn't have an influx of new people who could share the wealth and the viewership along, then VTubing would be one giant clique where basically if anyone wants to get anywhere in this industry, they basically have to kiss the ring of VShojo or like Shy Lily or like fucking what's her face, Silverveil and shit, right? So yeah, it swings and roundabouts really. If you don't have an influx of tourists and new people, then what you get is you get a cult, and cults are just as bad as your hobby being ruined by tourists, in my opinion. Did Clio actually get stabbed by a child? Don't be like Ethan Ralph. Yeah, well said, Eric. Yeah. Did Clio actually get stabbed by a child? Yeah, I believe that she did. She said she did. I got stabbed by a 12, 13-year-old child with a makeshift shiv myself as well. I said it on stream last year. I've been stabbed twice, actually, funny enough, in the UK. Unsurprisingly, in the UK, I have been stabbed many times. Actually, by natives, though, not by foreigners. And the first time I got stabbed was stabbed by someone with a makeshift shiv. Funny enough, he stabbed me with a fucking potato peeler that he filed down, because it's one of those potato peelers with like a flat head. So he basically filed down the flat head, so it turned it back into a spike kind of thing. And he stabbed me in the fucking ribs with it. He was 12 years old as well. Fucking must have been 12, 13. Crazy. Maulington, are you shit talking the Star Knights? No, I like the Star Knights. I am in a sense a Star Knight. I'm not subbed to Jelly, but I fucking love Jelly. Jelly's one of my favourite VTubers. Ah, wah, 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 wah. Isn't Shiv already? Yeah, I guess it is. I don't know. I say a lot of things without properly thinking through what I'm saying, as you can probably imagine. Was it a gypsy? No, it was just a normal white English kid. Oh, well, there it is. There they go. There they go. It's a cult for the shit talking cults. Yeah, well, I said the Star Knights are a cult because the Star Knights are a cult. The Star Knights are very much a cult. As much as they criticise Americans and guns, never once has anyone tried to stab me here. Oh my god, Zero, you're gonna get me fucking started on British people again. Guys, I can't fucking stand British. Another reason I can't fucking stand British people, that's really annoying to me, is they're like, ha ha ha, well, you see, the thing is about those dumb fucking American subhuman retards, is that their schools are basically shooting galleries. We don't have shootings in the UK. Ha ha ha. And it's like, yeah, about that one, Chief. There are constantly drive-by shootings in the inner city of London, I think you'll find. And true, we don't have massive amounts of school shootings, but we have massive amounts of stabbings and machete attacks here in the UK. So before you get on your high horse and talk about shootings in America, you should take a look at how many people here get stabbed or mugged or killed on a regular basis with melee weapons. Yeah, I'm glad I'm rural as well, Leo. I fucking hate city people so much. I think we should deport all the people who live in cities and put them on an island somewhere. Only people who live in the countryside should be allowed to vote. City people are fucking useless. City, yeah, townie hate. City person hate, yeah. Oh, sorry, actually, have I missed any donations and shit? Hang on, sorry, 1 second. Okay, we're getting... thank you, iStudy. Thank you, yeah, I've definitely done all this. Yeah, thank you for the 5 francs, Vega. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm kind of approaching the end of the stream now, actually. So let's get to the points of it. Oh, yeah. Actually, I've probably got another 40 minutes of me. Go back to FaZe. Yes, thank you, Inferno. Let's get back to FaZe. You know what the point of Invaders is now going forwards? Getting Twitch Indies to debut on YouTube and get the FaZe boost and YouTube novelty boost for Maulington. Yeah, potentially. I think the thing is, though, the problem with that approach, the problem with that strategy about trying to get Twitch people to YouTube is that people tend to be very set in the platform that they watch their content creators from, right? So I'm a YouTube nationalist. I fucking hate Twitch. As much as I love Clio, I'm not going to Twitch to watch Clio, no matter how much I love her. And I imagine it'll be the same thing for the Twitch bros who watch Mari Ian and Clio on Twitch. They're not gonna go over to YouTube to watch them there. But because they'll be multicasting, they'll be multicasting. Will that have a big impact on their funny numbers? Will it have a big impact on things? I don't know. I guess there's always a possibility that... I suppose, that there'll be a trickle effect between the two platforms. I guess maybe you'll have some people who normally only watch YouTube will go over to Twitch to watch like Clio and Mari. Maybe people who normally only watch VTubers on Twitch will be dragged to FaZe Connect over on YouTube and will watch FaZe Connect VTubers on YouTube. I guess so then. Yeah, I guess thinking about it like that. I guess thinking about the logical process of it that way. Yeah, maybe targeting big Twitch, normally Twitch only VTubers could act as a bridge to carry people over to FaZe Connect's YouTube area. How successful that's going to be, I don't know. I do reckon that most people will prefer to just stick to their current platform, but it doesn't hurt. And I think maybe it's incidental. It could always be incidental, because remember, Sleepy is a YouTube streamer. She's not a Twitch Andy like the other two are. So not all of the FaZe Invaders are, Twitch people. So if I recall right, I think, as I kind of said before, like these debuts for the FaZe Invaders is about as big as Generation 1, 2, and 3 combined, honestly. Again, each time there's a new debut of FaZe Connect talents, the funny numbers in the debut just gets bigger and bigger. I remember everybody got really shocked when Mumu just about broke over 10k when Generation 3 first debuted, and that was like the peak, right? Because they just streamed on YouTube, and like Moo just got about 10k, and now we're seeing Clio got nearly 20k, Murray got well over 20k. So yeah, it's getting bigger and bigger. They're doing fucking huge. But the same numbers of Lazulite, yeah, it's incredible, right? CP streams on both equally. Oh, does she? I didn't know Sleepy. Actually, I didn't know Sleepy multicasted. Actually, I normally just watch Sleepy on YouTube. Oh, okay. Yeah. The funny numbers did the funny numbers did shock me this time as well, honestly. I can't imagine. I'm really curious to see how big Generation 4's debut will be. It'll probably be even bigger than this. Counting the watch along, Murray got nearly 30k. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot the watch along, of course. Nearly 30k, fucking hell, yeah. I think Generation 3 was big because it was after the VTuber Awards too. Yeah, I kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, Snafilio, is kind of Fishman is incredibly fucking lucky, and he has some kind of monkey's paw, but from time to time the monkey paw does give him a break. So every time now that Sakana debuts a new wave of talents, it always takes place in the aftermath of his competition, having a meltdown or shitting themselves, right? So in recent news, we've had Globy shitting themselves. We've had some independent VTubers shitting themselves. Obviously, Niji Sanji's basically fucking dead at this point. Hololive have had a bunch of graduations as well. Some of the Hololive graduations have come back, right? So Nimi Nightmare's back, so her fan base have gone straight back to her. And I think that for the most part, I think the vast majority of Hololive fans will just get recycled back into Hololive. But by debuting these FaZe Invaders at the time that they have, obviously people like Mume, if she does, God bless her. Mume is one of the, I quite liked Mume. Mume was a lovely lady. But obviously Mume hasn't or might not come back. And obviously Gura is in that transitional period now after her graduation. So yeah, I do wonder if there's like an opportunity there now to like potentially snag Hololive fans who have lost their Oshi, their Kami Oshi. And now, you know, by debuting the FaZe Connect fans at this current point in time is an opportunity to kind of steal some of that fan base away whilst they're waiting for their original Oshis to come back in some shape and form. Because that's something I've seen when Prism Project went bust. When Prism Project went down, I noticed a lot of Prism Project clippers and a lot of Prism Project fans went straight to FaZe Connect. And I've noticed as well is that some people who were like really big on certain Globy VTubers, when their favorite Globy VTuber graduated and the Brave group had its drama, is that they're now in the FaZe Connect community. They're now FaZe Connect stands. So every time, right, there's like a big graduation and big VTuber corporations are having a bit of a wobble, there's always that opportunity for Sakana to snatch, just poach and snatch some more fans from the other VTuber corporations. And he seems to be very lucky with the timing in which it happens, because obviously Generation 3 came out just before the peak of Selengate, and FaZe Kaleidoscope came out after, right, like Selengate hit its peak. So, and that was around about the time that a massive amount of Niji Sanji fans had like rage quit the organization due to, you know, the shit that was going on behind the scenes in Niji Sanji. And a lot of them came to FaZe Connect, and that contributed towards FaZe Connect's, you know, big funny numbers that year. So I guess to actually follow the structure of the bullet points here, so I can kind of stop mumbling and actually get focused. Do you reckon there could be a graduation in FaZe Connect? I mean, Saya Soroxis has already graduated, so yeah, absolutely, I reckon there could be. Shoot your shot. You think in 5 years' time we're going to have Hololive V Shoujo, Niji Sanji, and FaZe Left Standing? Personally, I predicted that Niji Sanji would be. When did I make my FaZe Connect VTuber video? I made my first video in September 2023, and I predicted that by December 2025, Niji Sanji EN would basically be dead. So, in terms of Left Standing in 5 years' time, I reckon in 5 years' time, Hololive and V Shoujo will definitely be around. I'm not actually 100% sure that FaZe Connect will still be around in 5 years' time. I am mostly, hopefully, optimistic But I'm not sure, honestly, because of the way the market's going. It has nothing to do with FaZe Connect. It's rather to do with the market. I think the winds are changing in the VTubing culture, and people are starting to go off of VTuber corporations. And not only are the fans starting to go off of VTuber corporations, in some, like, outside of, for fuck's sake, stop the fucking EA FaZe Connect shit. Let me explain my point. Hang on a minute. Let me explain. So VTubers, by their very nature, particularly high-flying corporate VTubers, have a relatively short shelf life because they are usually very hardworking people with a very complex and high skill ceiling repertoire of skills. So what I mean by that is most streamers quit after 1 year, right? But those elite who stay in it for the long haul start to drop off massively after 5 years, and then barely any are left after 7 years. And these kinds of streamers who start to drop off rapidly after 5 to 7 years, these are the kind of like low effort slop streamers who basically rock up to stream in their underwear and just stream themselves like playing Escape from Tarkov. Like, chat isn't even there. So one thing you have to take into account is that these big high flying corporate VTubers constantly have business managers and talent managers breathing down their neck, talking about the analytics, going, oh, your thumbnail needs to do this. You need to have these like high effort thumbnails. You need to be constantly looking at market trends, analytics. You need to be doing singing, ASMR. You need to be playing these games. You need to be doing this. And, you know, after 4 or 5 years, people are going to get fucking sick of that. They're going to get burned out. And I imagine that's kind of probably what's happening in HoloLive. And it's not just the change in management direction in HoloLive, but I reckon as well that it's also a case of the industry veterans in HoloLive who did join up primarily to be streamers and just like have a fun silly time streaming, probably just want to like retire now and like wind it down a little bit and just be calm. And it's kind of why I get a little bit annoyed at people who are like petitioning for Gura to come back and for Gura to get like her model and for her to continuously and always be Gura. Now, I don't know, obviously we don't really know the real reason why Gura left HoloLive. We can only, I think wasn't Gura one of the ones as well who said like disagreements with management. But the thing is, right, is I think as well, is it's a case of, I imagine Gura, after so many years of the pressure of being the face of like the English language area of VTubing, bless her, the poor woman probably just wants a fucking break. Because again, she's been streaming long since before she was Gura. So she's been streaming for an awful long time, really going full at it. And, you know, you can appreciate that after 7-8 years of the business, woman deserves a break and probably just wants to like retire now and just calm it down a little bit maybe. But we'll see. She'd have to open a pottery shop in Wisconsin, yeah. But this is the thing. This is why I think that FaZe Connect may not necessarily be around in 5 years. It's because of a combination of, I think that the magic of VTubing, generally speaking, is kind of going. I think that VTubing's not as novel and it's not as exciting as it used to be anymore. And I think the future of VTubing is now going to be in those who push the medium as far as it can go in terms of the 3D and the professional entertainment business element of it. Like, I think the future of VTubing is going to be more around not just the 3D idol concerts that HoloLive is famous for and like being taken seriously as like industry music powerhouses, but what I think is going to happen as well is you're going to see really ambitious independent VTubers with fat wallets start to essentially try to almost become the new kind of Netflix. So what we're going to see is like VTuber like movies and, you know, like comedy shows, you know, like Saturday the Saturday Night Live or late night talk show shit with VTubers using high fidelity 3D models that they can use in the comfort of their own home, and they recreate TV shows, right? Like they recreate stuff like Takashi's Castle, right? Like imagine Takashi's Castle or MXC Replay, whatever the fuck you call it in America, but with like VTubers using 3D models. That'd be a lot of fun. There might be you know, VTubers might get more into the theater kid elements of VTubing, where they, you know, they essentially make TV shows for us, like using pre-made assets in VR, what's it called, like VR chat or whether some kind of fucking you know, 3D software that will come in the future. So I think people will get tired of the novelty of VTubers just being these silly anime VTuber women. And I also think there'll be like a massive dilution of VTubing as an industry as well, because I think that like the Twitch people and a lot of the undesirables will start to flood in to VTubing, the VTubing fad, and kind of erode much of what makes it special. VTubing is going to turn into 2012 Let's Plays. Yeah, maybe. You know what? Maybe it might go that route as well. But that's the thing, right? Is that when VTubing essentially devolves into Let's Plays with VTuber avatars, then God, you know, I'm way too tired now to start analyzing on the fly. But I think VTubing is going to be split into two major groups. There's going to be the people who are like innovating and leading on the technology aspects of it. And I think the companies are going to transition towards trying to make their VTuber corporations be like, you know, like professional 3D big idol shit that's like adjacent to Hollywood records and shit. And those VTuber corporations that stick to the silly girls, like the cute girls doing cute things, just focus on the streaming stuff, are probably going to die out. Because I think that, again, I think it's a bit of an enigma in the first place that the idea of contract streaming is as popular as it is. Because when you think about it, it's like, what is the appeal of streaming in the first place? The whole reason, really, the reason why you watch streamers is because you want to watch a person, a real human being who is playing some kind of game you like or is interested in the same hobby as you are, experience it, basically, right? And in order to build that connection, in order to really truly, I guess, kind of build a connection to the streamer, is that you need a real kind of human being there who is like relatable and has the same kind of hobbies and shit as you do. So for VTubing to, especially corporate VTubing, to last as long as it has, where it's a bunch of really clearly, you know, fake people acting in a not so honest way as to what their real personalities or interests are, and putting on like a mask that you can't really see behind, is I think it's quite unusual for it to have lasted so long. And I think that's kind of why a lot of people gravitate towards FaZe Connect in the first place, is because FaZe Connect have been able to do this thing where they've kind of been able to merge the two into this kind of hybrid format where they're quite clearly characters, you know, they're putting on a front, but they are open and honest enough, and they do share enough about their real selves and their real lives that you can enjoy the best of both worlds, really. And that helps actually build like an interesting connection to the talent, because you know that Pippa actually genuinely is some kind of, you know, like glowy hating 4chan loving libertarian type, and you know that Aruka really is genuinely this little, like, this weird nerdy maxing butch lesbian person who really likes music, right? Whereas I think a lot of particularly like smaller corporate VTubers, you can tell they're kind of like running through the motions of trying to pander to a certain demographic. So it's like the VTuber laugh is one of the big things that you can tell a lot of as to whether a person's being genuine or not, because it's kind of like, oh, a successful VTuber needs like a cute girl VTuber laugh, and she needs to, it's too self-aware, right? So I find some VTubers, some corporate VTubers are too self-aware, and I think the future will be more around VTubers being free-spirited, and that tends to lend itself more to independent VTubers. And I think that just genuinely the interest in corporate VTubers just recording themselves streaming games might die out. I'm not sure if FaZe Connect will last. I'm not sure if FaZe Connect will last the 5 years. I'm not sure they'll last the 5 years, because I think eventually people will just, unless they find, I don't know. The problem is, right, is that on the one hand, I take a look at FaZe Connect, right, and it's like, right, so fuck, I'm too fucking tired now to make a coherent point. You know, my brain's spent, I can't think. But it's essentially like, I'm hopefully optimistic that they will still be around in 5 years. But I don't know, I just have this, that I can't quite articulate at the moment, but I just have this intuition. I have this feeling that people are just going to get the VTuber industry is actually going to get like smaller for corporate VTubers who just stream themselves playing games and doing random shit. But oh yeah, I know what I was going to say now. But one thing I do think that's good about corporate VTubers though, who do regular gaming streams and all the other shit though, is that one thing I've noticed about old school independent VTubers who have been streaming for a long time is that a lot of them are kind of like clearly burnt out and fed up now, and they don't have a manager giving them the kick up the backside to produce content regularly or make like interesting and engaging streams. So I've gone over the years, I've gone from taking the indie pill to taking the corporate VTuber pill, and that's because so many indies that I used to watch have kind of they're not having fun anymore and they're tired, right? And that's one thing that's good about corporate VTubing. It's because you've got managers giving them a kick up the ass. It keeps the content quality. So maybe based on that, FaZe Connect would last the next 5 years. But I'm not quite as optimistic as to the future of the VTubing industry as I once was, because I think that people are going to start, fans and industry veteran VTubers are going to burn out before the end of the next 5 years, I guess is what I'm essentially trying to say. I can't imagine, I don't know, I just can't imagine that Pippa and Tenma have another 5 years in them, quite frankly. And I think that FaZe Connect is in a place where it can survive perfectly fine without Pippa and Tenma, because it's got people like Sheena and people like Clio and Mari are going to carry on the torch. Rooney Ruse, Rie, Jelly, you know, these guys can all easily carry on the torch. But again, I think 5 years, I think a lot of industry veterans are going to have enough of the industry by that point, so it won't last that long. Yeah, let me try to, I guess, instead of answering chat, let me just try to bang my bullet points up, because as you can probably tell, I'm slurring my words and my brain is spent and I'm fucking not thinking properly now. I hope I'm wrong as well. Again, it's important not to conflate. I don't wish for FaZe Connect to die. I hope FaZe Connect continues forever and never dies, and that everybody's happy and that everybody is I hope that everybody in FaZe Connect achieves their dreams, that they're happy, and that the organization doesn't decline and goes on forever. It's just that I'm not optimistic about the future of the industry in general, and or at least if the industry is going to continue for some years yet, I think that a lot of the VTubers that we've become accustomed to over the last 7-8 years that this industry has been around, they're not going to survive till the end of, they're not going to be able to survive as long as VTubing does. They're going to get sick of it, they're going to get burnt out, and they're going to go off and do other things, and that's perfectly reasonable. Particularly as most people tend to leave and get fed up with their current place of employment after 3 years. Yeah, but this is the thing, right? When I say that, it's like, it's not necessarily that fucking Pippa or Tenma or whoever will stop streaming necessarily, or stop being VTubers. It's just that, again, they'll reach that point where they're like, you know what? I've got a big fan base, you know, I've done my hours, I've paid my pound of flesh. I don't want to be a part of a corporation anymore. I just want to sit around and take it easy, right? And go into fucking like retirement, low effort mode. I think it's ridiculous to expect people to continue operating at the level that Hololive expects, like indefinitely. Cronies be an online personality for decades. The VTuber can just be a master of personality that lasts a long time, even if the content dwindles. I mean, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it's not like it doesn't happen, but I think generally speaking, I think people like Corone, maybe people like Corone and Fuamoko, who've been in the industry for a very, very long fucking time, I think those guys are like the exception rather than the rule. But hopefully I'm completely wrong and FaZe Connect will still be around here in the 5 years. Again, it's not like I wish for it to happen. I'm just not sure. Just not that confident in the industry is strong enough to last that long, or that the talents will be able to keep going for that long. That's all. All right, it's not like, again, it's not like I'm wishing for this to happen. You mentioned before something about talent leverage, about choosing new talents. Oh, what do you mean by that, Lord Maulington? Yeah. Well, I think one thing you always have to remember whenever a VTuber corporation expands is that talent leverage is essentially predicated on, you need to keep me happy in this VTuber corporation, and I have power, because if I leave, your company goes down with me. And by bringing on people like Clio and Mari Mari in particular, that's two very big VTubers now. That's two very big popular VTubers who are probably going to go on to be even more successful with FaZe Connect. So that takes leverage away from the other talents now, because if like again, this is ruthless corporate speak, right? And I don't imagine Sakana or FaZe Connect works this way. If they did work this way, they wouldn't have any talents. But again, this isn't the way. I'm not saying this is the way FaZe operates, but this is the businessman's perspective on talent leverage, right? Let's say that okay, so Sakana brings on Mari Mari and Clio, and the two of them go on to be really huge, as I expect they will be, right? And then Rie comes along one day, and Rie is like, hey Sakana, I really want like this. I really want this thing, right? I really want this specific set of merchandising, and I want it now. And Sakana's like, nah, sorry, I can't. There's no room in the budget to do it for the moment or the foreseeable future. So I'm sorry, Rie, but I know you've asked me this thing. I know you want it, but no. And then Rie turns around and goes, well, I've got over 100k subscribers. My CCV is this much. You know, I'm a really big, important member of FaZe Connect. So if you don't give me what you want, I'm going to fuck off and go somewhere else. Then Sakana, what Sakana can do is he can point at people like Clio and Mari Mari, and he can go, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Rie. Rie, I really appreciate all the work you've done for FaZe Connect over the years. You've been a great and wonderful member of the team. However, I could afford to lose you because I've got all these fantastic big talents come in, so it's not really going to be that much bigger, not going to be that big of a hit, really. I can afford to lose you now. So you don't have as much leverage as you used to anymore. Kind of that way, right? But again, that tends to be a smart VTuber corporation won't operate that way, because the VTuber fans are really attached emotionally to their talents, and this industry does thrive on treating people with respect, you know, being really nice to people, treating them with decency and respect. So even if it's a nice clean separation, people are still going to be pissed and are going to want answers from Fishman as to why he let Rie go. But it's still the point, right? That when you bring in like new super elite talent, that makes everybody else's negotiating position weaker, because now they can no longer threaten to tank your company by leaving. So that gives you more power to negotiate with them, essentially. Maulington is in cahoots with Lumi. We found one of the Lemon Hall lackeys. God, I am not in cahoots with Calico Lumi. God, 5 minutes of hearing Lumi yap, and I want to shoot myself in the face. That's reverse survivorship bias. 5 YouTubers burn out and leave, so the other 60,000 of them obviously will as well. Sorry, my brain's not working. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. 5 YouTubers burn out and leave, so the other 60,000 of them obviously will as well. That's not necessarily the case. It can certainly cause a domino effect where when several talents all leave at once, it leaves, obviously in the first instance, it doesn't happen to FaZe Connect because it's not public. But certainly if you're a public company, it tanks confidence in the company, so share prices go crashing and investors pull out. But again, the problem is though, is that if a lot of talents leave in a short period of time, it leads to a massive demoralizing effect and a lack of confidence in the organization to begin with, right? Take a look at what's happening in Brave Group. I mean, what's happened with Brave Group hasn't been absolutely disastrous for Brave Group, but confidence in Brave Group has seriously, not just among fans, but among talents as well, has massively declined following what happened with Slug Girl and the French one who I can't remember. And Kiri Kilovol is probably graduating soon because she's posting on a past life all the time and talking about, and she's no longer on hiatus and she's like coming back soon. So Kiri Kilovol is leaving Globy, and then when Kiri Kilovol leaves Globy, I don't imagine many fans or many talents in the organization are going to have much confidence in remaining with the organization at that point. She is? Hang on. 1 second, guys. Let me show you. Obviously, I followed Kiri's past life, so I know her quite well. Wait, hang on a minute. What the fuck? She's back on hiatus. Oh, yeah. There we go. That was it. Sorry. No, hang on 1 second. It's not that she's... So, here's Kiri Kilovolt's past life. Her name is... Oh, let me hide my fucking... my DMs. Have you noticed she's constantly posting on here now all the time, and she started posting on here a lot more. And before she posted her status wasn't hiatus. Her status was graduated, and then she's updated it to hiatus. and she started posting on here a lot more now. So based on that, I would assume that she plans on graduating within the next year at least. I don't know. I'm pretty sure looking through this, I can't remember. I'm just not going back and, oh yeah, there we go. Look. See, look, she's advertising herself on her past life, right? Now this is quite clearly someone who's quite clearly planning to, you know, leave her company. I don't know. I think she's deleted some stuff from a page. I remember there being a lot more shit on here. I don't know if Globy have talked her into staying, but assuming it still says hiatus and not terminated anymore still, yeah, I imagine that Kiri is still going to go ahead with a graduation at some point. If she and Bonnie Bartzar leave Globy, it's over. Oh, fucking, there's hardly going to be any fucking Globy talents left if those two leave. Jesus Christ, yeah, it will be over for Globy. I think Sarah alluded to it. Oh my god, yeah. Well, this is the thing. After what Globy did to two of their talents, I wouldn't want to fucking stay with a company like that myself anyway. Bonnie isn't leaving anytime soon. Yeah, I mean, again, I'd like Bonnie, but I don't have enough time to watch Bonnie and keep aware of what she's up to. So, yeah. I imagine this is the thing, right? It's difficult because if you're in Globy, you've got your company, in the way it poorly treated two talents, has revealed itself to be a bit of a black company. So it's like, shit, do I continue on in this organization knowing that it's got all these funds and connections to invest in my career, but now I know that I'm working in a black company, which doesn't feel too good? Or do I like quit whilst I'm ahead? Do I leave it now and avoid a lot of drama and heartache in the future? And I think that certainly V4 Mirai, there's no reason for V4 Mirai talents to leave Brave Group because they're all doing extremely well. They're kind of they're like the teacher's pet of Brave Group. I imagine V4 Mirai get everything they want since they're the most successful branch. But Globy has become a bit of the red-headed stepchild now of Brave Group, I think. And I imagine that they'll get less and less priority, and it'll probably piss a lot of the talents off. What if Bonnie and Kiri joined V-Dere? I don't know. My take is it will look like corporate music. The big shots will have a burst of activity and long vacations, and regular streams might give way to more specialty and niche content. Yeah, I guess so. I think that's one of the things about Brave Group as well, by the way, is that Brave Group want to kind of operate their VTuber corporations like a production line. So I can't remember now. It's been a while since I was investigating Brave Group and all their shithousery. But I think Brave Group wanted V4 Mirai to be the ASMR like VTuber corporation, and they don't want like their other corporations in the English language sphere to like tread on those toes, so they're not really allowed to do ASMR or something. And they wanted like Globy to do this one specific thing, and it's like you can't run a business that way. You can't run a VTuber corporation that way. You can't run it like a production line where this corporation does this one specific niche form of content. You have to let people do what their strengths best fit and give them the freedom to do what they want. Otherwise, they're not going to be happy and have a good time. I don't want FaZe to expand anymore. I realised with Shion's graduation that many of these girls legit stream for streaming's sake and don't want Sakana to harm the fun factor. I love that part too. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I hope FaZe Connect keeps going. In some regards, I don't want FaZe Connect to expand anymore either, really, because, again, at the risk of overextension. However, the thing is, FaZe Connect does, all VTuber corporations do need to some extent continue to expand. And the reason for that is because talents will eventually leave. And the problem is that if they put all their eggs in one or a few baskets, what happens when these ultra powerful talents who your company revolves around all get up and leave? You're going to be stuffed. And also the problem is as well is that, again, it gives individual talents too much power, too much leverage over the company, which is ideally something you don't really want in a company. You don't want your employees to have too much power over you, really. It's a tricky thing to balance, really. We need the next Pippa, the next Gura. Exactly, yeah. We need the, it's sad, but we need the new generation, right, of people who are like Pippa and Gura, etc. And hopefully it's going to happen. I hope that VTubing doesn't become more sterilized and more like leftist kind of thing, and that people like Kersha and Pippa, Murray, and sometimes Fillion have the freedom to do what they do and not be like cancelled or like crushed or stomped out of the way. And that's something I think that the Redditors and the V-tweeters don't quite appreciate or understand, is that if if they actually got their way, VTubing would all be boring and stagnant and would probably die because all VTubers would be the same bland mishmash of unopinionated moe blobs. And I know some people obviously like that kind of thing, but I think like a lot of people would check out a VTubing if every VTuber is like indiscriminate pink blob of cuteness with blue eyes, right? Mate, half the month no one is streaming. Yeah. FaZe is running into more overlap. Yeah, it's not just the overlap in terms of the hours that they're streaming. Again, it's the merchandise crisis. Again, too many merch sales going on at the same time. And it's also, again, talents stepping on each other's toes as well, right? Because again, think about Jelly and Lumi, right? If Jelly and Lumi are streaming at the same time, which one do I watch? It's like, fuck. Do I watch Lumi stream Factorio or do I watch Jelly? I know they don't stream at the same time, but the point is, right, is it's like, look, if I've got a finite amount of time to invest in the VTuber, Jelly and Lumi are very, very similar. So who do I watch, right? There's no point watching both of them unless I want just more of the same, really. And it's going to be a risk as you expand the company. It's like, okay, so I can watch Rie be a horny Menhera, like incest queen, or I could watch Leah be a horny incest Menhera queen. Which one do I know? Again, that's not quite a fair example because Rie and Leah are very different people. Actually, I actually like Leah more than I like Rie, but you know there is a considerable degree there about like overlap there though between Leah and Rie, and it's like if you like Rie because she's fucking nuts and says like crazy incest shit, well so does Leah, right? So it's like, well, do you watch Leah or Rie? Who do you watch? Maulington likes Lumi? No, that's lies and slander. Jelly, she's more sexist. Well, Lumi's more racist than Jelly. Jelly's more sexist. So I guess a major difference between Lumi and Jelly is Lumi's more racist, Jelly's more sexist. Do you prefer misogyny or do you prefer racism? Which one? I'll pick one to watch and leave the others playing on a different device so they've still got the watch time. That's very admirable, but again, you're not really following them, you're not really watching them at that point, as much as it's worth that, Yeah, I'm going to try and wrap up now, because again, for the last 40 minutes or so now, my brain's fucking mush, and I'm literally slurring my words more than I do normally. Okay, debuts turned out bigger than bigger than 1, 2, and 3. So yeah, so given how big this debut is, it's almost like a AAA title release, and there's an opportunity here now for Sakana and FaZe Connect to regain some momentum following the last, I guess, kind of like 6-7 months of stagnation I think FaZe Connect has been going through. I know that individual talents in FaZe Connect have had like a really great last half a year, but I think the company overall has kind of hit a stagnation point the last 6-7 months where no one's really talking about FaZe Connect as a whole, really. Like, no one's really hyping up FaZe. And now that these debuts have come out, there's an opportunity now for them to once again like ride a wave of popularity that they haven't really had since that first couple months after like Clara, Gen 3 and Kaleidoscope, when Kaleidoscope debuted last year. Yeah, Panko's going, bless Panko. Panko's been going through a lot of shit, but she's back in streaming. God bless her. Good old Panko. I've spoken about the merch crisis and the overextension shit. One thing I'm seeing as well, though, that will help, I guess, will help the life of FaZe Connect and ensure it lives a nice, long, healthy life, is actually the Twitter fan artist situation. So FaZe Connect like has its own sphere of fantastic artists, people like Agemata, Poopy, Denied, Calfin. There's a lot. I could spend here all day like reading up the FaZe artists, right? But the fantastic work that these artists do in bringing to life like FaZe Connect memes that have been said on stream or have been said over Twitter does a tremendous job at bringing people into FaZe Connect on the Twitter sphere, because people want to know the origin of like this fucked up Agemata art, or like why this poopy person keeps making like art of Lumi's feet and shit, right? So, and it's getting bigger. I'm starting to see more and more people start to clip FaZe Connect. I'm seeing more artists who are like outside, who generally don't bother making art about FaZe Connect, are getting involved and getting stuck in and making art now as well. I'm always seeing like new artists wanting to draw. And then also, not only is it bringing in existing artists, I'm starting to see a lot of people who have actually taken up drawing because they've taken such a like to FaZe Connect, and then it's actually inspired them to want to draw fan art of FaZe Connect. So I think the fantastic work that they've done there in attracting that. And again, something I'll bring up a little bit later is how good FaZe Connect is at diplomacy. But FaZe Connect treats its fans, and particularly their fan artists, extremely well. And that does wonders, because anybody who works with FaZe Connect, all they remember is how well and how nice the talents are, and how receptive they are, and that they respond to tweets and shit. So all very good work there from FaZe Connect. Yeah, and there's more and more like FaZe Connect Japan translators and clippers as well. Yeah, and you got there's like 3 fucking Lumi cosplayers these days. There's the Amy cosplayer, it's getting more and more. Absolutely. You got Seth pixel art, yeah, exactly. And as well, one interesting thing I find about these new FaZe Invader debuts is that they've all got some form of connection to existing FaZe talent. So I do wonder if people are going to start to get pissy and accuse FaZe Connect of being a little bit like VShojo, where you need to know the talents and be friends with the talents in order to get into FaZe Connect. Now, I don't think that's true. I don't think... It is a little bit suspicious that pretty much since Generation 2, not all, but most FaZe Connect talents who've come into FaZe have a previous affiliation with the company. So it is a little bit suspicious. But at the same time, though, I think that bringing on someone like Sleepy, again, who's a very small VTuber, I think demonstrates like a risk potentially that goes beyond like cronyism hiring, essentially. So I do think that Sakana hired those 3 because they genuinely did give a great interview based on meritocracy. I don't think that it's a VShojo situation where you have to be friends with Pippa or Lumi or whatever to get in. But I just think it is interesting though that the 3 of them all do have relatively strong connections with the existing FaZe girls. Other than Invaders, like 80-90% of the regular batch are new hire though. I know obviously Generation 3 being Sundaria have a connection to Sakana through Sundaria and Dizzy and Ura. I don't know anything about the past lives of the Kaleidoscope woman, except Clara. I know is ex-corporate VTuber. Is Clara Xeien? I can't remember now. But I'm pretty sure a lot of Generation 2 talents, not all of them again, but a lot of them had done work for FaZe Connect in the past. And some of the Invaders as well, like I think Jerry did music for FaZe Connect or something. Some of the other FaZe Connect talents like did art or like were friends like backdoor with some of the FaZe talents. So a lot of them do actually have like connections to talents, right? Like Tenma and Pippa knew each other as well before FaZe Connect. Clio was approached by Sakana first, not the other way around. Ah, was she? Okie dokie. Okay. Yeah, I know that Clio was doing in the basement for 2 years, right? So like, around about 2023, Clio was picked up. Invaders are already famous for being handpicked personally with less leash, so people will be pissy, will be weird. Yeah, I guess it's not about the reality though, it's about the optics of the situation, right? It's not about the reality. It doesn't. The truth doesn't matter, it's what people perceive to be true. And I think what some people outside, I guess, a general FaZe sphere might think is they go, so Clio's tight with Lumi. Sleepy is tight with Pippa, and Murray's tight with Pippa. Therefore, you know how people get, right? Which isn't true. I do think it's I do think it's a genuine meritocracy based hire. And yeah, kind of like what I said before, there's like a rapid general Clipper expansion, but it's particular towards Clio and Sleepy. And then my final point, again, this going back to the slides that I was looking at before. So how does FaZe Connect keep winning? And again, it's kind of like the meme that was mentioned before, the 4chan meme, it's like, how does Fishman keep winning? Or like, what's the strategy called that FaZe Connect does? Yeah, as much as people like mock FaZe Connect fans for like they call it the FaZe Beggar program, and they mock the FaZe Beggar thing. It's a really smart move what FaZe Connect has done with the Invaders. It's really good. I mean, both sides get a great deal out of it. And it's just a straight up win, really. I guess the only thing you could criticize the Invaders program for is that it kind of technically sort of vaguely, roughly kind of disrespects ancient VTuber culture, right? Because it doesn't exactly respect the past life taboo thing. But then I think the past life taboo thing is kind of gay, honestly. Unless, I think the only time that the past life taboo thing isn't gay is if it's like a talent was like a problem in the past and they've decided, you know what, I'm going to turn the new leaf and I'm genuinely going to make a change. And I'm going to learn from any mistakes like or fuck ups I've made in the past. If it's in that situation, then I'm like, yeah, I'm happy to forget who you were in the past, right? And move on with a blank slate, as long as you want like a dickhead anymore. But yeah, generally speaking, I think the whole past life taboo thing is very nice. Yeah, I like FaZe Connect because it feels like an even rawer injection of what I liked about Hololive, girls chaotically screwing around in games or Zatsus, just streaming for the love of it, if no play. And you're absolutely right there, Magdalenius. That is exactly what the major appeal of FaZe Connect is for many people, even people who are on the tourist side, is that they enjoy how free-spirited the FaZe Connect girls feel. They don't feel like they're being lied to. They don't feel like they're being browbeaten as some kind of like fake image or product. It's just a fun, casual time, really, with people who can be quite real and open and honest at times. And other times they can be really fucking stupid and silly, but it's great. It's absolutely great. It's a great product. It's why I always recommend people to FaZe Connect. As I think there's like I think every VTuber fan should give Pippa and Tenma, maybe Aruka, and Amanaga Ashina a try at least once. I think those four. Is that 4? Was that 3? I lost count now. I can't even remember who I just said. Pippa. Yeah, it was 4. Pippa, Tenma, Aruka, Sheena. Yeah, those 4. I think this should be like mandatory viewing for all new VTuber fans. Not just those 4. I think there's a lot of Hololive and some VShoujo VTubers and some indies who are like required viewing for new VTuber fans. But yeah, I think those 4, I'd say, like really, and maybe Rooney Roos as well. Actually, Rooney Roos I put up there, and Dizzy as well. Actually, and Dizzy, Dizzy too. Rooney and Dizzy too. I'd say those 6 in particular though are I think a lot of new would really help like new VTuber fans not just get into VTubing but also like understand and appreciate the culture as well. Because kind of one thing I wanted to do with my videos and the content I do is I did actually target non-VTuber fans with my videos was my original target demographic. But what I wanted to do was not just to convince them to watch VTubing, but I wanted them to kind of like understand the culture and respect it as well. So you kind of bring in normies who are fence sitters into VTubing, but you're giving them the full context of VTubing so that they understand what they're getting into and they respect it. And then if they don't like it, then they don't watch it, right? I think that's one thing I've noticed about some of the normies I've brought into VTubing and to FaZe Connect, is pretty much all of them, even if they don't necessarily like that part of VTubing, they at least get it, they at least understand the culture of VTubing and respect it, even if they don't like it, right? So that's kind of what I kind of hope to facilitate essentially. Dizzy Love, yeah, Dizzy Love. Heavy VTuber Corporation. I actually really like this thumbnail for some reason. I don't know if a white outline would go better than a red outline. I don't know. There's something about I really like the text in the background I did for this one. Obviously, Dizzy's a deep sea parasite, so I tried to find an image of like, you know, a deep sea bed kind of thing. The one FaZe VTuber to not start normies off with, Clara. Yeah. I knew about FaZe because Pippa, but I was hit with a freight train watching Leah talk about sand, stomach bone, and Nikocado avocados. Yeah, that stream was a trip. Yeah, when I did the Leah video, if you guys remember, I did a 1.5 hour lore video on Leah, and that was the first time I actually really gave Leah like a properly good watch. And up to that point, I'd never really watched Leah because I thought, oh, this is some like crazy 20-year-old Zoomer like yapping chick. That doesn't sound like something I'd be interested in whatsoever. And then I started, the very first stream I watched of Leah's, like in its entirety, was her Freddy Fazbear VR stream, which I think was in around about October 2023. And I thought that was absolutely like fucking hilarious, watching her have like an autistic like meltdown about how much she loves Freddy Fazbear and Five Nights at Freddy's. I thought it was hilarious. And some of the shit she said as well was hilarious. Like when she said, "Shut the fuck up before I shoot your whole family, you son of a bitch," and all the other classic Leah lines throughout that whole VOD was fantastic. But after that one, that piqued my interest a little bit. I thought, oh, this Leah person could be quite spicy, based, and she's quite funny. But then I watched some of Leah's like deep dive videos, and I watched some of her, you know, Zatsudan streams. And what I noticed when I was watching Leah's Zapsidan streams is that obviously I was there for research purposes. I was meant to take down notes as I was watching the Leah VODs for the sake of the video. And I'd watched for about 4 hours in one sitting of Leah yapping about shit. And it felt like 10 minutes and I took 0 notes because I was having such a good time watching Leah. I completely forgot the whole reason I was watching her in the first place. Right? I got so into watching Leah yap about fucking stupid shit. I was having a really fucking good time. It's incredible how Leah can make a 2-hour yapping stream feel like 5-10 minutes. It's crazy. Great. I absolutely love Leah. I think Leah is disgustingly underrated. I've got, in the FaZe documentary, I've got a really sappy segment for Leah. Leah's segment is quite sappy, but I do really want to like talk about how special Leah's journey has been as a content creator over the years, because people talk about Pippa's personal and professional development, and don't get me wrong, Pippa's personal and professional development has really picked up over the years and we all love her for it, but Leah has had an incredible development as well, because as you say, Kryber, she deserves the world. God bless Leah, and hopefully I'll teach you guys all about it when I release the FaZe documentary. Thank you very much for the membership, human NPC buddy. That's very kind of you. Thank you for joining the gentleman. I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you. I don't think FaZe can afford to lose Pippa yet. They need to hire a titan of VTubing to replace her, and even then that Gen 1 is so tight. If one leaves, probably all leave. Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like FaZe Connect Japan Generation 1 are kind of like in the corner on their own, just watching the rest of the corporation do shit. Honestly, I do feel like the Japanese VTubers, I do feel like Dmitry, Yuri, and NASA could be brought in closer to the fold, but then maybe the 3 of them want to be and are happy where they currently are. But you know, speaking of like Kamiyoshi and changes and shit, you know, honestly, Mishru is actually right up there with someone who could potentially be my Kamiyoshi. I fucking love Mishru. I think she's a great VTuber as well, actually. She's such a, like I said in the Mishru video I made her over a year ago now, but I've only become even more of a Mishru fan over the last year. I think Dmitry is an absolutely fantastic VTuber. She's a surprisingly, remarkably fantastic singer. She can be really fucking funny when she wants to be. She's incredibly witty, and she has just the most interesting stream ideas, and she's such just like a comfortable mood. I love Dmitry. She's great. Gen 1 Japan got recently split off from Gen 1. Did it? Yeah, the problem is I haven't been able to follow the wider workings of FaZe Connect so much because I've been so busy looking into the past, funnily enough, to make the FaZe Connect documentary. So because of that, I've had to sacrifice keeping up with what's going on currently. So at the moment, I'm spending all my free time like watching VODs from 2-3 years ago, rather than like watching current day shit. Now the Japan girls are sadly underrated. I don't get why they aren't bigger in Japan. Yeah, I do wonder if it's like I think it's a what's the word? I think it's a marketing issue. I don't think they get like shield enough. They're not in like enough group projects, and they don't get enough attention, and they need bigger clippers as well. There's a lot of great clippers for the FaZe Japan girls, and they've done a lot of good work. People like Mori, Hobosaki Clips, Animal Friend Part 2, but their clippers need more attention as well, honestly, to really get them out there. But I don't know. Hopefully, when I make the FaZe Connect documentary, and I do in the FaZe documentary, I'm going to spend about 10 minutes going over each talent. So yeah, that's about 70 minutes, I think. I'm spending just talking about the talents of Generation 1. But hopefully, if people can last that long, there will be 10-minute segments I've made on the history of Iori, NASA, and Mishru, including their lore and highlights. So maybe that will get more people into the FaZe Connect Generation 1 Japan girls. Hopefully that'll help them. Particularly Mishru, because as I said, fucking love Mishru. I bloody love Mishru so much. She's so great. I love Mishru. NASA's really funny, and she's really cute as well. Hang on. You know what? No, I won't find. I'm just going to go trawling for my bookmarks for a great NASA clip, but I'm not, because I really want to go to bed now. So okay, let's get this last slide over, and I'm going to fucking go to bed. How does FaZe win? So one of the big reasons that FaZe Connect wins is because it doesn't piss other people and organizations off, even if the other side starts it, right? So essentially, the long story short is diplomacy. So a big example of this is Offkai, right? No matter how badly Offkai treats FaZe Connect, as they have been for the last couple of years, and no matter how badly, I guess, some talents, like independent, like people like Nyana, for example, Nyanas, sorry, wrong Nyana, not Nyana, but Nyanas, you know, talk shit about talents. Not 99% of the time, the talents don't pop off. They don't engage with the drama, and they don't react to people outwardly people, you know, being mean to them. And that's a smart strategy, because these people can hate and stew FaZe Connect all they want, but FaZe Connect isn't giving them a reason for the other side to essentially want to crush them or to actively sabotage them, right? If you take a look at FaZe Connect's collab history and its partnerships over the years, FaZe Connect talents have collaborated with Prison Project. I don't think they've ever done Nijisanji, but they've collaborated with Cyberlife. They've done it with EE Project. You know, they've done it with so many, like fucking everyone but Nijisanji. And everybody who deals with Sakana, every convention, every VTuber organization's management have nothing but nice things to say about Sakana and the FaZe talents. They hold a lot of respect for them. So because they've got such a great reputation in the industry, what happens is that it doesn't piss people off and it doesn't scare people away, and they don't create enemies who want to crush them, which is again an excellent strategy. Whereas Nijisanji, for example, is the complete opposite of that. Nijisanji treats its talents terribly. Nijisanji fucks over its artists and the people who do that ancillary work for them, and unsurprisingly, because of that, sponsors, artists, talents, prospective employees don't want anything to do with Nijisanji, because they have a reputation for fucking over the people who work for them and for fucking over the people who work with them. And it's created this atmosphere now where basically everybody in VTubing, even people who aren't outwardly anti-Nijisanji, probably want to see Nijisanji burn and fail, right? Move on to the next point. FaZe Connect has a free-spirited culture, and it has the basement management period, which creates relatable human VTubers. Again, talent freedom. I think we went over this part a little bit earlier, if I'm being honest, but yeah, a big part of the reason why people watch FaZe Connect is because some of them can be quite real, they're quite human, they're relatable, and I think the basement periods and the nature of the free-spirited culture probably knocks out much of the toxicity that happens in other VTuber corporations. And that will kind of take me to the next bullet point, which is Leah collaborated with Pomu. How could I forget Leah collaborating with Pomu? That's right, her cameo, Pomu. I remember that. The Yuri and the Metal Gear Solid kind of chatting kind of thing that they did. And that leads me to bullet point 3. Yeah, basically, the Too Long Didn't Lead is FaZe is a Japanese-based company, and that's why it's good. And that's the thing, right? They aren't limited as well by like the copyright bullshittery that happens in, you know, that doesn't happen in VTuber, that happens in, you know, Japanese VTuber corporations. So FaZe Connect has a reputation for excellent talent management, you know, Mumi, Aiko, the rest of them. That doesn't run the organization like a sweatshop. The talents feel like they have a voice. Stupid Maulington. Pascal Saucer, you're going the right way for a smack bottom, Pascal Saucer. What was I going to say? Yeah, but the FaZe Connect management, they have a reputation for excellent talent management. People like Dizzy, Mumi, Aiko, etc. They don't run the organization like a sweatshop. They look after, from what we can tell, they actually look after the well-being of their talents. They actually care about the talent's well-being. And what? What are you laughing at now? Oh my god, not in a sexual way. Oh my god, you guys have got gay sex on the brain and you talk about me, for fuck's sake. I don't mean it in a gay way. Oh my god, it's the phrase that we use in the UK. When someone's being naughty, you threaten to smack them on the bottom like a child. You fucking degenerates. Fucking femboy loo-tubing dickheads. Fuck you, you fucking raging homosexual weirdos. Fuck off. Leah says don't be gay. Yeah, it's not gay. Oh my god, it's not. Look, let me tell you. I don't know. I don't know if this is weird. Actually, let me tell you something about myself. Actually, you know, I fucking hate. I hate it. Like, I hate being touched by men. It grosses me out. I don't understand how women can let like men sleep with them. Men are fucking nasty. I hate it when they touch me. You know, handshakes are fine, right? But if like a guy touches me on the shoulder or shit, or like he pats me on the arm, it's like, oh, fuck off, don't touch me, fucking freak. Yeah, this is the problem. This is the thing about me, right? Is I don't know. My time is coming to be cancelled, and I don't know if I'm going to be accused of being homophobic or if I'm going to be accused of being a Nazi. Maybe both at the same time. I'm going to be interested to see where my cancellation is going to come from. What was I going to say? Yeah, this is kind of what I mentioned before as well. Like, I think a lot of industry veterans, particularly those from Hololive or some from the bigger VTuber corporations, might be coming sick of increasing expectations from what their VTuber corporations expect of them. And I think it's going to be the same for independents as well, that they're going to be sick of having to do their own merchandising and having to do, you know, their own like ad stuff and business stuff. So I think as FaZe Connect gets bigger, and particularly as it has such a big influence on talent freedom and having a pretty solid management structure, is that like it did with Mari Mari EN, you might start to see more surprisingly big VTubers go, hey, you know what? I'm actually happy to give the Fishman half my pay as long as he takes care of all this, you know, random bullshit for me, so I can just concentrate on content creation. So again, it's not overly complicated. I think at this point, it's just a simple case of FaZe Connect gets bigger. Because the company gets bigger, it's seen to be more capable, has more industry contacts, looks more reputable. Independent VTubers who are maybe sick of having to do everything themselves go, hey, you know what? FaZe Connect can potentially offer me a lot more viewers. Sure, I get half my pay cut, but I can count on FaZe Connect to deliver. You know, FaZe Connect releases all these covers and it releases all this merchandise for its talent. I'm happy to trade the raw income loss in exchange for these opportunities, and that will naturally happen as the company becomes bigger and more desirable, right? And particularly as a lot of FaZe Connect's competition continues to die out, right? Are you saying FaZe Connect will collect all indies if they are Infinity Stones? I do think that FaZe Connect will probably in the next 2 years or so collect a lot of surprisingly big independents, if not part of the FaZe Connect program, maybe just joining like generation 4 and 5 and 6 and shit, right? I do think that unless something serious happens to FaZe Connect, they do fit this excellent position in the VTubing corporation hierarchy, right? Where VShojo's invite only. Otherwise, I think most people would prefer to join VShojo. But I think for some people, Hololive is too much. I think for some people, actually, as much as they'd like to have the glamour of being a Hololive VTuber, the Japanese and like the idol stuff is probably too scary for them. And Niji Sanji, as I said before, is fucking dead. So if you just want to be a silly girl Zatsudan streamer playing video games and doing all sorts of random shit whilst also having a company that's willing to build you up from nothing to being able to be a singer and a dancer and shit, I don't think there's any greater alternative than FaZe Connect. So yeah, absolutely, I do think the stock of FaZe Connect is rapidly increasing, especially with these new free invaders, and we're going to see more high-profile indies, I reckon, want a piece of FaZe Connect and want to see what FaZe Connect can do for them. So yeah, I do absolutely think that FaZe Connect will continue grabbing bigger indies. Yeah, we need Smug Foxwoman in FaZe Connect. Fit Kersha is never joining FaZe Connect. I think she's quite happy where she is. She, particularly with this drama going on at the moment with Rin Penrose and the Game of Sup shit, it's too much. It's too much for. Oh, Smugglana. Oh, it's a Smugglana a fox as well. Oh yes, Alana's a fox. There's too many fucking fox VTubers, period. But there's too many fox VTubers who do like the whole smug. What do you call it? You know, laughing at your small penis. You know what I mean, right? Yeah, I know the kind of person who likes like Smugglana. People who like Smugglana and Kersha are those kinds of guys who have that fetish where they like being like, yelled at and mocked by women. I know what you people are into. I know what you fuckers like. You want Kersha and Smugglana to laugh at your penis size. I know what you guys are into. I love Smugglana. Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess I imagine there's a lot of overlap between Kirsha, Smugglana, and FaZe Connect fans. I don't have a problem with Smugglana. I don't know, I wouldn't say I like Smugglana. I'm indifferent to Smugglana. I don't really like React Andy VTubers. I don't like React Andy. It's not like I don't like React Andy VTubers, but I'm not interested in people whose primary content style is like reaction to, you know, I don't like React slop, right? I don't mind people doing React slop. I just don't like people whose content is primarily focused around React slop, really. I mean, I don't know if that's the thing. I don't know if Smugglana does other stuff other than React videos, but that's what I see of her, so I'm not interested. Too many whale and shark. Yeah, too many whales, sharks, fucking foxes as well. I think the foxes is the most popular one. Yeah, no, well, this is the thing, right? It's like I watch Asmongold. I watch Asmongold whilst I'm eating dinner. So if I want to watch Asmongold, I'll watch Asmongold, right? I don't have any room for Smuggle. If I didn't watch Asmongold, I might watch Smugglana whilst I'm eating dinner. But then once I'm done with dinner, I'll stop watching Asmongold or Smugglana, right? What was I going to say? Continued focus on grabbing established talent that offers something different niches. Yeah, so as we know, FaZe Connect is more of a, again, another one of its big draws is that it's a company of niches, right? Most of its VTubers offer a specific niche, they offer a specific thing. And that FaZe Connect does have variety streamers, but like each one focuses on one or two main content styles, right? So Pip is your glowy, hating, schizo, stinky 4chan yabbit, although not so much these days. Temma's your toxic, alcoholic, slur-throwing gamer. Aruka's the violin. Aruka's the music bear. Lear's the insect. Lear is Lear. Dimitri's the god gamer. Yuri is the yandere dear wife. Nasa's the cutest fucking thing on the planet, who is also quite yandere. Chisaka Irie is a mega hag. The pond wolf, the air-headed, super cute Korean woman who reminds you of the 1990s. Amanagawa Shina is a fucking degenerate of the highest order, but she's a bloody lovely old lady with a lot of life and work experience, with many interesting stories. She's the Kanyoshi. Panko. Let me see if I can do everyone. Panko is the little Italian ball of fury that throws slurs, but is actually quite cute and funny. Panko is cute and funny. Cute and funny. Panko is cute and funny. She's but yeah, Panko's just an honest soul trying to make it in the world, who's trying to, you know, soldier through her struggles and do right by her company and her you know, her court mates and shit. And she does her great food around the world streams and talking about, you know, Italian culture and shit. Then you've got fucking Arena, who is, despite her mommy dommy ara voice and behavior, is actually a massive fucking dork and quite funny. I think Erin is quite funny. Terrific voice actress is Erina. Then you've got Wemmy, and Wemmy can't go one day without being hospitalized. But the thing about Wemmy though is, jokes aside, is that Wemmy is genuinely got some really fucking good based opinions on like anime and shit. I think that Wemmy is actually better at talking about anime than Rooney is. I think Wemmy's like my go-to VTuber for anime takes. And then you've got Himame Rie, who is like the crazy fucking TikTok Zoomer incest queen, who I guess you could say Rie is a failed Korean idol, but she's making it as a VTuber, so she's really big into being an idol VTuber for FaZe Connect, and she's done a fantastic job at that. I think Rie is going to very easily accomplish her dream in FaZe Connect, so even though she didn't unfortunately make it as a Korean idol, I think she's probably be much happier as a VTuber idol, even though it's maybe not quite as glamorous as Korea. Hang on, did I do everyone there? I did Erina, Panko, I did everyone. That's all of Generation 2, right? I do hate One Piece, that's true. I fucking hate. The only good thing about One Piece is the English opening of One Piece. That's the only good thing. Ya yo, dreaming. Don't give it up, Luffy, dreaming. Don't give it up, Zoro, dreaming. Don't give it up, Nami, dreaming. Don't give it up, give it up, give it up. Fucking good, fucking great opening. That I haven't heard that opening since 2004, but I still remember it to this day. That's how good it is. One Piece died for me when Hoodweebs showed up. Fucking Hoodweebs, man. I don't know. I think I like. Thank you for the nostalgia. I don't know. It depends. It depends. I don't like to necessarily disparage one entire group of people. I could point to some other types of fan bases as well and say they're really fucking like obnoxious. But yeah. I guess there is a problem specifically with Hoodweebs and like their obsession with like doxing, harassing, and sending death threats to people who like Lolicon. Now, kind of like what I said before, I don't like Lolicon myself either. But even though I don't like Lolly, to fucking call people pedophiles and to like try to ruin people's lives and like get them swatted and shit because of that stuff, it's so fucking stupid. There's so many other things in life that you can get like angry and upset about and dedicate your energy towards. I don't know what the hell is wrong with people today that they feel the need that, oh my god, someone on the internet is wrong, or someone on the internet likes something I think's disgusting. I'm gonna dedicate my entire life to ruining theirs. It's like, oh my god, will you just fuck off and get on with your day, you miserable cunt? Piss off. Thank you very much for the $5, Eric, buddy. Thank you, my friend. Westernmost VTubers seems obsessed with the idea of kitsune as a concept. Japan side, I see a lot of pixie-type fairies. That's interesting. Yeah, I do like how the culture and I guess like the cultural influences affect how the different parts of VTubing branch out. I never did. Hey, J-Brand. Oh, look, the British bundle. Hey, I don't know. Does YouTube ban the word faggot if you put it in the chat? Chat, call me a faggot in chat at your own risk. Chat, write faggot in the chat right now. at your own risk, right? I'm not responsible if your YouTube account gets terminated. No. Oh, come on. No balls. No balls, pussies. 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 Give me $10. I ain't giving you shit. I'm giving you the opportunity to call me a slur for free, right? It's now or never. It didn't send. It's not going through. Take care. Oh, you streaming up? Oh, you know what? Actually, let's raid. Hang on, Pascal. I'm gonna raid you in a couple minutes. Let's get this through. Let's get this over with, and we'll raid Pascal Saucer, guys. You said it. Okay, it's not coming through. I can't see it. I have switched to live chat. It's still not coming through. Oh, you're not streaming. Oh, sorry. I thought you were better. You still will, Pascal Saucer. Okay, I'm gonna finish it now. Oh, you know what? No, I've pretty much covered everything I wanted to say anyway. That's the end of today's stream. Actually, I'll end it there, guys. Okay, so everybody, thank you very much for watching. Kind of in the last hour or so there, I kind of went off the deep end as my brain stopped working. I couldn't really think about what I wanted to say or get a point across properly. But yeah, I'll let you guys go. I'm gonna end the stream now. Thank you very much for the money. Thank you very much for tuning in. I'm looking forward to all the hate mail and the hate comments I'm going to get tomorrow from people who are upset about some of my opinions. But oh shit, fucking, oh no, I thought that was Rin Penray streaming. Fucking funny raiding Rin. Yeah, I'll end it there. I'm not going to raid anyone. So yeah, good night, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll speak to you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Take care, guys. Bye bye.